So get it up now. And I also forgot to copy the stream key, so let me do that. All right. All right, we are live. I hit the buttons in the wrong order there, so I think you actually saw me saying, all right, I'm going to hit the button to go live. But welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we have a very exciting show. We're going to learn about some miraculous proof for the truth of Islam. Yes, that's right. We're going to be talking about the scientific miracle of Nun the whale. The whale that carries the earth on its back, that no person of the 6th century could have possibly known about without divine knowledge. So there you go, proof that Muhammad is a prophet. Mary, what would you like to say as an introduction?
Well, I would like to begin with the fact that we are actually going to have a double special session this time, because we are also going to talk about the shin of Allah, which is an incredibly important part of Islamic eschatology, as well as the noon and the pen of Allah, which are also incredibly important at the other end of Islamic cosmology, the creation. So we have both the beginning and the end encompassed in today's lesson, and they're going to be equally instructive and, I believe, revealing about the true source of the Quran.
Excellent, excellent. Alexander says the thumbnail is giving me major Discworld vibes. Well, you see, this is the proof. How could Muhammad have known about a 20th century author writing about Discworld if he hadn't been a prophet? 1,400 years before Terry Pratchett came along.
I tried to get a flat world on the back of a whale like 5 times with the AI program, art program that I use. It's just not very smart, and it didn't end up working. So, whoops, wrong button. Let me share so you guys can see how much, how close I was able to make it. And that's it. That's as close as I got. Is somehow the bottom half of the earth is a whale. It's like organic somehow, and there's also a whale diving into the sea, and I don't understand what's going on there, but that is the closest as I could get after modifying my instructions like 5 times.
All right, so we'll bring that back up just in a second, but I got a couple other comments from the audience. Phil says to make your coffee, grab your snacks, and dust off those notebooks. And I definitely think there will be some noteworthy material today. Snoopy says the gray whale is better than the Jizya whale. I can't disagree with that. I'm not sure if I can agree with it either, though. So I don't know. Phil says that this is one of the funnest subjects in Islam. He also pointed out that we're 3 minutes late, but in fact, it was he who was 3 minutes early. So there you go. Also starting off with a super chat from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
There you go. And it's not wise to let people know that the live stream has started, because they might tune in if you do that. So thank you very much for that, Jack Ray. But before we go any further and get to the subject, I do have to address, let's say, the whale in the room. So we have this little video here. I don't know how I could possibly be going on. Safe Talk has responded, destroyed me on 100 reasons that Islam is false. As you can see by all of these wonderful, ignore this, I don't know what that is doing there. All these Islamic comments. This guy again, he will never disprove Islam, because that is impossible. You see, Saif had such good arguments against me that this guy couldn't even bring himself to mention them. And then we got the second most popular comment: Muslims, Jesus is the only God. Christians, Jesus is the only God. Did I say God, Jesus both times? I meant
Yes.
God is the only God. Alhamdulillah for Islam, as if that has anything to do with this video, his stupidity. And then we got a random quote from George Bernard Shaw: I worship one God.
What's
and no
even
witness.
funnier, I love what Shaw actually said about Muhammad. Shaw said foul things about Muhammad, and yet they distort and quote mind and things like that, as they always do. Like, there'll be this enormous rant about how awful Muhammad was that some Western individual wrote, and they will just make up false quotes and then quote mine things and distort, like change out words for near words to distort the meaning, because that is how foolish they are.
So we got I worship one God. Again, nothing to do with video. When pagans say Trinity is a mystery, blah, blah, blah. Nothing to do with video. Oh, here's someone who actually comments on the video. Like, the 8th most popular comment is the first one that actually has anything to do with the video. And it does tell you the level of response of Safe Talks. The first argument is Islam promotes good manners, therefore it's false. Tells a lot about the person rather than Islam. Now, that is essentially what Saif says. So he's not misrepresenting Saif. Problem is, Mary, have you watched this video? 100 Reasons Islam is False?
Yours?
Yes, mine.
I did, but it was a really long time ago.
Okay, well, regardless if you remember, do you think that's an argument I actually made?
No, that Islam promotes bad manners, therefore it's false, and the refutation is no, Islam promotes good manners, therefore it's true. I mean, like, honestly, how low do you have to stoop? And again, anytime someone makes an argument for Islam, you can be guaranteed that it is a major flaw of Islam. The word dhimmi even means like the people who are made abased and miserable. It is a slur against other human beings. Oh, Islam promotes good manners. We make slurs against entire groups of people. You are required to lie to flatter people. Oh, Islam promotes good manners when you lie to flatter people and deceive them to make them like you and like Islam. That's good manners. When you rape your slave, that's great manners, because you're not raping someone else's slave. You're only raping your own. Good manners. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. And Jack Ray pointed out I forgot to reset the points for this particular stream. So whatever points you just earned in the first 8 minutes of the stream, say goodbye to them. I'm about to reset it properly. Now, of course, my argument is not that Islam promotes good manners or bad manners or anything remotely like that. He's referring to the first reason in my video, where Muhammad gets special revelation to tell people not to overstay their welcome at his dinner party. My point isn't that it's a bad revelation that makes Islam false. My point is that Muhammad got special privileges from Allah, and it seems that Allah is acting as his sock puppet to say the things that Muhammad doesn't want to say himself. So, actual argument not addressed in the video in any way. However, I will address Seif's actual arguments with David Wood. We'll be streaming on his channel, most likely Friday. Date hasn't 100% been set, but we will go through Seif's video and see if he had a single point that was even remotely related to anything that I said, or if it's entirely in his imagination. And there we go. Points should be reset. All right, let's get Mary's presentation up here on the screen.
All right, we are going to start halfway through Surah 68 because we're dealing with the major points of Surah 68. Like all surahs, there are different pieces that are revealed in completely different times. The earliest part of it is a very early surah, which is why we are covering it right now. But toward the end, we have other additions. And one of these is the addition of Allah's shin, which becomes extremely important in Islamic theology. If you do not recognize Allah's shin, you will not be able to bow to Allah and then go to Jinnah. Okay? So it's super important that you recognize Allah by his shin. And I will show you texts that prove this. So, upon the day, and that's always the last day, upon the day that the shin or leg, because it is a word just meaning lower leg, it's usually translated shin, so I'll just go with whatever it's usually translated as, but it actually means lower leg. Now, why would lower leg specifically be chosen? Because anything above the knee to the belly button is your aura. And of course, Allah is not going to show off his aura to people and won't show off his private parts in front of people. He's only going to be showing off his non-private parts, which would include the entire lower leg. Therefore, the word is lower leg, translated usually not correctly, but inclusive of shin, but his shin, right? Mm-hmm. On that day, the shin or leg will be uncovered, and they will be called to prostrate, but they will not be able. So the people under condemnation here in context will not be able to prostrate on the final day when they see Allah's shin. So everybody else, the good people, will be able to prostrate, but these people who are bad, they will not be able to prostrate when they see the shin, which is super important. You have to prostrate when you see the shin. Humbled will be their eyes, and humiliation cover them. And indeed, they were called to prostrate while they were sound. And the sound means like whole, complete. So leave me, and whoever denies this hadith. So this is Allah speaking. Leave me, and whoever denies this hadith. So like leave to me, whoever denies this hadith. The phraseology in the Arabic is almost always leave me and that person. Leave me and this person. So he's basically leave it to me. I will deal with the person who denies this hadith. Soon we will lead them in stages from where they do not know. Now this is what it says, and it's an incredibly dumb statement because most people know where they are. It should have been soon we will lead them in stages to where they do not know, but it does not say that. You know, you have kind of this urge to correct the Quran's errors whenever you're translating, but it's saying that we're going to lead them in stages from where they do not know. But really it should be to where they don't know. Like they don't know that they're being led into hellfire or whatever. Anyway, and I will give respite to them. And this is a common phrase that means that Allah isn't going to punish them now. Instead, he's going to punish them later. And in fact, before, Muhammad is ordered to give respite. You give respite to people as if Muhammad could order them to hellfire immediately. But Allah is telling them to give them respite for now. Indeed, my plan is firm. Or askest thou, and this thou is singular, so it's Muhammad, or asketh thou them for a wage, so they are burdened from the debt. So this means they're getting a respite right now, but if you demand money from them, which they owe you, it's a wage, They owe you money because you're the prophet. And if you demand money from them, then they will be burdened from the debt and punished for that later, because they will owe you and they won't pay it because they're pagans and they don't think that you deserve to be paid and honored and kept rich. And this is a almost certainly a Meccan section, because it is talking to people who are opposing Muhammad at the moment. It's possible that's early Medinan. Traditionally, it's assumed to be Meccan, but from the internal context, it could be early Medinan talking to the people who don't want to support Muhammad. Then it says, or is the unseen with them, so they write it. Now, this one is, it does seem that this probably is Meccan, because all of the pronouns in this section are singular. So it's not we, but I. So it does seem like it's not super early, but it does seem like this portion is most likely truly Meccan, because Allah is almost always we. It's just whenever Muhammad forgets to call him we, he slips back into I in the Medinan sections. But in the Meccan section, if he's speaking in first person, he is very often I and only we very later on. In addition, notice that there's no say. Say, so leave me and whoever denies this hadith. So, or Allah forgot to cause it to be speech of other than Muhammad. So accidentally, Muhammad is Allah in the section. More often, Allah remembers to make Muhammad say later, the later you get, because he's worked out the theology of what the Quran is and how it should be the direct speech of Allah, while earlier on it's not certainly direct speech. So the last one is, or is the unseen with them, so they write it. So who is the unseen with, so that they write it? Well, this seems to indicate that the unseen is with the one who writes it. And you could see this as being the holy book in next to Allah, the eternal Quran, the word of Allah that was pre-existent, pre-created, all the rest of that. Or you could read it as being that the unseen is actually with Muhammad, and the people are writing it down who are listening to Muhammad. And later on, it's quite stressed that in unseen theology, the unseen belongs to Allah. Allah is the possessor of the unseen. Allah is the king, the one who has control over the unseen. But this is the second time that we've seen where the unseen may be under the authority of someone else, that it may have been like vouchsafed to another individual other than Allah, which would contradict later theology. But that's nothing new in Islamic theology.
There's contradictions in Islam?
I know, right? I had been approaching this from the viewpoint that the unseen theology was set, but I'm not so sure it was all that set now with this in context. So
before you move on, did have a very important question from More K here. If the shin is uncovered, that means Allah will be wearing clothing. Where does Allah shop for clothes?
These questions are very healthy.
Indeed. Allah has a veil, so it may just be like a burqa covering the whole of Allah down to his feet, and he may be naked except for that. So we can only affirm his veil, and so he may be a burqa Allah.
All right. And a serious question as well from Alexander. Is there a way we could get a copy of your PowerPoints? They're so full of info. I want to go over them and the sources.
Yeah, I periodically dump them all into the same file or into the same folder on my Google Drive. So I will do that whenever I get around to it. Eventually it'll be there again. Let me put up my Google Drive now.
So Mary will put that link in there. Una says, what? Are you implying Islam is false? Shocked and surprised.
I know.
Oh, but yes, Una, can you explain the miracle of Muhammad knowing about the whale that holds up the earth. After all, we all know that space is filled with water, and the only possible explanation for why the earth moves around is that a whale is carrying it, because the earth couldn't move itself. I mean, come on now. So clearly, this is the proof of Muhammad's prophethood.
Of course, obviously. So we have the shin. Allah is telling everyone to prostrate to it. Here we go. We have his two right hands, but he also has a left hand in a different one. So he has three hands here. So here we go. So what is the story of Allah's shin? What's it about? Well, here's one very brief narration. I heard the Prophet saying, our Lord Allah will bear his shin, and then the believers, men and women, will prostrate themselves before him. But there will remain those who used to prostrate in the world for showing off and for gaining good reputation. Such people will try to prostrate on the day of judgment, but their back will be as stiff as if it was one bone. It should actually be backs will be, not backs will be. As if it were one bone, a single vertebra, and so they will be unable to bend. Apparently, he doesn't know that you can actually bend from the hips, but Muhammad's anatomy is as intelligent as the rest of his theology. So then there remain, and then this is from an incredibly long hadith that talks about how everyone else will be condemned, this group and that group, because Christians worship crosses. Now, the reason that they can assert that Christians worship crosses is because they bow before crosses. What do Muslims bow to, no matter where they are? They must bow to something.
Yeah, they would bow to the Kaaba, or black stone specifically within the Kaaba.
Specifically in the Kaaba. So they are bowing to the black stone no matter where they are. Christians don't have to bow in toward any particular object. The cross is only a representation of the entire sacrifice of Christ. It isn't an object of worship. However, we have Muslims who must bow to the black stone. If they don't, their prayers are not accepted. And by their definition of what constitutes worship, they are worshiping a rock. I just want to be clear about this. But let's continue on. So all of these people are gone. When there remain only those who used to worship Allah alone, both the obedient ones and the mischievous ones, it will be said to them, what keeps you here when all the people have gone? They will say, we parted with them in the world when we were in greater need of them than we are today, and we heard the call of one proclaiming, let every nation follow what they used to worship, and now we are waiting for our Lord. Then the Almighty will come to them in a shape other than the one which they saw the first time, and he will say, I am your Lord. And they will say, you are not our Lord. And none will speak to him then but the prophets, because the prophets will recognize him anyway because they're magic. And then it will be said to them, do you know any sign by which you can recognize him? They will say, the shin. And so Allah will then uncover his shin, whereupon every believer will prostrate before him, and there will remain those who used to prostrate before him just for showing off and for gaining good reputation. These people will try to prostrate, but their backs will be rigid like one piece of wood, and they will not be able to prostrate, etc., etc. And then there's it's a very long hadith, and there's more about going over the narrow bridge that Islam stole from Zoroastrianism and the rest of that. So in this hadith, the shin is how the believers will know that Allah is Allah. It is a leg. It is a lower leg. What does the shin look like? Can any Muslim tell me what their God's shin looks like that doesn't look like other people's shins? No.
I don't think so. I mean, we do have Islam is my identity here in the chat, who somehow thinks this is a relevant comment. The comment will be ignored, but I want to highlight the fact that he is here, so perhaps he can tell us what this shin will look like. Now, it does say that they'll see him a second time. I'm not quite sure what that means exactly. When did they see him the first time to know what his shin looks like? But perhaps Islam as my identity can fill us in on that. And I did have a very important question from Una. She's disputing whether Allah would actually wear a burqa or not. Is Allah wearing a burqa and not just an extra large sheet like a ghost Halloween costume?
Well, I would actually predict that the color would be black, but because that's what the color of the covers of the people were at the time of Muhammad. And why would the women wear a veil other than the veil of Allah's color? But it like glows anyway. It's got light glowing from it, but it's a black veil. Now, okay,
Well,
so
I mean, the
nothing's
light
like
of
him,
Islam
so
is.
you can't tell.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
meaningless.
That's what I was going to say. Islam is my identity answered. How will he know? Because there's nothing like him. So, in other words, he can't know what he looks like, and thus he can't recognize Allah. Because I could just use my imagination and create a picture of something you've never seen before, and you would say that's not Allah. So, just because it's something you've never imagined or seen before,
I know, it's
doesn't
so stupid.
isn't sufficient, right?
How can you know
So
that it's a shin? If I show you the shin of Allah, and if it doesn't
Mhm,
mean a shin,
mhm.
how do you even know that it's a shin? What does it mean? What does shin mean? What is the meaning of the word? Does it have a meaning? Should it have not been translated at all because it's just a series of sounds that have no actual meaning? Is it equal to a fart in meaning? That is my question. Does it contain more semantic significance than a fart, or less or the equal semantic significance to a fart? Is it an arbitrary noise? You guys need to tell me how you will know if you see Allah's shin. What are its distinctive elements? If you don't recognize his shin, you're going to hell.
Indeed, because like some people suddenly realize, right? They suddenly realize, oh, everyone else is prostrating. That must be the sign. Let me prostrate too. And then Allah has made their back stiff, which doesn't really have anything to do with prostration, but for some reason that means they can't prostrate. Because you know, you can't have a straight back while being completely flat or anything. I mean, gosh.
I know. It's very funny. Allah does not understand the human body. It's all right. Apparently, no one understands the shin. So, where is this reference to a shin from? Well, I found it one day as I was reading through my Bible. I had gotten to Revelation again. And the reason why I hadn't noticed it before is because Christians usually emphasize the first part and just don't notice the second part of this verse. Now, let's see what happens in the vision. Then I saw heaven standing open, and before me was a white horse, and its rider is called Faithful and True. With righteousness he judges and wages war. He has eyes like blazing fire and many royal crowns on his head. He has a name written on him that only he himself knows. He is dressed in a robe dripped in blood, and his name is the Word of God. Now, who is this Thaddeus who is on a horse in this vision? This is a vision. This is not something literal, but who is this individual?
Well, you know, there is this little giveaway that his name is the Word of God, this, Revelation, written by John, the author of the Gospel John, that begins by declaring that Jesus is the Word. So, and not just John, you know, John is drawing upon existing Jewish expectations, but pretty clear indication that he's talking about Jesus here.
Okay, so this is Jesus on a horse, dressed in a robe. The armies of heaven, dressed in fine linen, white and pure, follow him on white horses. And from his mouth proceeds a sharp sword with which to strike down the nations, and he will rule them with an iron scepter. He treads the winepress of fury of the wrath of God Almighty. And he has a name written on his robe and on his thigh: King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So, the leg comes from this passage. And Muhammad decided that the leg was a lower leg because Allah would not show his aura, and for some odd reason, Muhammad decided that it was like written on his thigh under the robe somehow, rather than across the top of the robe and then on the thigh of the robe as well. So this verse here is the source of this, that you will see King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And this is a vision. I have no expectations to literally see Christ on a horse, on a literal white horse at any point in time ever. This is a vision of a final judgment and activities surrounding judgment.
Mm-hmm.
So,
however, Villainous has defeated you. He says, that's not a shin, that's a thigh.
But again, there was a swap from upper leg to lower leg because Muhammad thought that this would be something that would be like flashed to the people so that they would know who Jesus is or who Allah is. Now, keep in mind that the false Dajjal looks like whom? Who would he look like if you didn't know that he's one-eyed?
He'd look like Allah.
Yeah. So why would the false Christ look identical to Allah and you'd think he's Allah if he didn't have only one eye? You need to know to be able to tell the difference between Allah and this false Christ. This false Christ, because otherwise, if he was the true Christ, what would he look like? He would look like Allah. So the false Christ looks almost like Allah because the true Christ looks like Allah. So this is one of the many mistakes that Muhammad made trying to commandeer other texts and other sacred things and just made an idiot out of himself. Now he has a literal shin. This is entirely literal. This is not a vision in the Islamic sources. This is entirely literal that Allah is going to come around and flash his shin, but Muhammad cannot tell people what is actually on his shin. I don't know whether or not he just didn't know, whether or not this was another thing from a hymn that didn't say and have the full details, and so Muhammad didn't know either, or whether or not he eventually got caught out and got embarrassed and had told people previously, but then kind of hid it and buried it. But this is what the shin of Allah is from. It is from a passage that identifies Jesus as God. It is the only possible reference that exists.
Very
and
good.
yes,
and
yes,
I do
Allah
think...
does look like the Antichrist, and that is a huge whoopsie on Muhammad's part. It's hilarious.
So I have another important question here from Una. Does Allah wax?
These questions are very healthy.
He must pluck or otherwise remove the hairs of his shin, because otherwise he would not be doing all of the things that one is supposed to do as a good Muslim. And since he is, in fact, a believer, that means that he is also a Muslim, so he plucks his hairs. So there is your answer.
Mm-hmm. And
So,
Yusuf also answered that. He said, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin, or is it shinny shin? Shin. No hair on Allah's shin, obviously.
yep. But Allah, because he's particularly stupid, he's still wrong. He claims that people will try to bow and they won't be able to bow, because I guess he thinks that if you can bow, you will no longer be punished. And so, like, keeping you from bowing gets you to be punished. And here again, he's trying to reference an event. And both of these refer to who is referred to in Philippians 2, 9, 10. Who is that? Therefore, God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name above all names, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So, who is it that everyone's bowing to on the last day again?
That would be Jesus.
That would be Jesus, the one with the words written on his thigh in the vision, the one with the leg that was significant.
And notice the difference of theology here, right? In
Right.
Christianity, everyone bows before Christ willingly or unwillingly, right? But in Islam, some people are forbidden from bowing before Allah, because I guess that means he would have to acknowledge them, since it's all about actions. Weird stuff.
Yep. So, and this is also a reference to Isaiah 45, 22 through 25. Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God. There is no other. By myself I have sworn, the truth is gone out of my mouth, a word that will not be revoked. Every knee will bow before me, every tongue will swear allegiance. Surely they will say of me, in the Lord alone are righteousness and strength. All who rage against him will come to him and be put to shame. What is that? will become to him and put to shame. So those who are raging are those who are bowing and are going to be put to shame. You don't magically get out of hellfire free just because you're bowing. In the Lord, all descendants of Israel will be justified and will exult. So here there's another passage in Romans that essentially recapitulates this, also declaring that this is Jesus. Every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. So that is what Muhammad will be doing at the great white throne judgment. He will be bowing and confessing that Jesus Christ is Lord, that his Lord is Jesus Christ, and then he will be cast into a lake of fire.
Amen to that.
So there's also one more point. So Muhammad is encouraged to ask the unbelievers for a wage, to get paid, so that because he deserves to get paid because he is the prophet, in order that they are burdened from the debt. So Muhammad can ask them for a wage, and then they'll get punished extra because they don't pay him off. So in Surah Al-Tur, Muhammad will be ordered not to demand wages from the disbelievers and from the people who are only believing in word and not in deed. But you, O Muhammad, call them to Allah without taking any wages from them. Rather, you hope for the reward with Allah, yet they reject that which you have brought to them simply due to their ignorance, disbelief, and obstinacy. Oh, Muhammad, you haven't taken any wages from them. You don't ask them for wages, because this, in context, this is saying that they're only rejecting you. Why? Because their ignorance, disbelief, and obstinacy, not because you're asking them for wages, where before Muhammad was invited to ask them for wages so that they are burned in hellfire even more. He was asking for money from his followers from fairly early on.
Well, as the saying goes, the false prophet deserves his wages. Serious question from Villainous. Is there a connection to the Daniel vision of a statue?
To which one?
I suppose just to the idea of Allah having a shin that
I
people
don't think
will recognize.
So. I don't think so.
If that's not what you meant, Villainous, let us know, but that was my guess as to what you meant.
Yeah, that was before he got booty. So once he got booty, he could take his pay from the booty. And before then, he had to grift off of his followers. So
some good advice here from Phil. Make notes, save links, take screenshots, and don't forget to hit the like button as well.
Now, I'm not going to cover this in detail, what the haruf muqatta'at, I'm terrible at saying that. But anyway, essentially the mystery letters, the disconnected letters, what they actually are at this point. There are various excuses given for them. What really happened, and I would bet a lot of money on this, is that the Jews challenged Muhammad to come up with the tetragrammaton, which is Yahweh Vod Hey Yod Hey Wah Hey. There we go. Yahweh's name written in the Hebrew characters. And Muhammad, because he had no idea what God's name is, went, God has lots of names, and they can be many things. I can come up with many mystery letters. Here's some of them. And evidence for this, aside from the fact that these are said by some people, go, yeah, these are names of Allah, is that Muhammad chose letters that in the script of the time of the used in the Hijaz, or oh my goodness, Hijaz. There we go, Hijaz, and the Hijazi script at the time, that they look more like Hebrew letter shapes than any of the other letters. So there is a heavy preference for letters that have a Hebrew letter shape like shape, and so they look like antique and old-fashioned. And so these are the combinations that exist. ALM by itself 6 times, ALMR once, ALM Sod, and I went ahead and wrote out Sod rather than S because there are multiple S's, right? ALR 5 times. Then we have KHY Ein Sod, TH, and oh goodness, is that the pointy H? I can't remember. I had looked it up and I knew which one it was. I think it is, but I can't remember. Anyway, TSM, and I forgot whether or not that's the Sod or the Sim. Yasin, HM 7 times, for heaven's sakes. Ein, Sin, Kaf once, then Kaf by itself, Nun by itself, and Sod by itself. Now, these single letters obviously are uncommon. They are considerably less common than even the 2-letter combinations. The vast majority are 3-letter combinations. There are only, 2 4-letter combinations. So only twice out of these many times did Muhammad even get the number of letters correct. They're all, so all of the single letters are assigned meanings in the Tafsir. And so are some, but not all of the other combinations, other than, well, here are some of Allah's names that start with this letter, so that's what it may represent. Aside from that attempt at assigning meaning, only some of the other ones are assigned meanings. Now, it's interesting that all of the single letters are, and I believe that there's a reason for that because of the grammar that surrounds them. It's just weird. Because they're nonsense, their manners of recitation are quite different. Like, do you drop the sound on the end and make it flow into the next word or not, or do this or do that, instead of just saying the letter entirely intact? Because it doesn't have any meaning attached to it. So people are like trying to be fancy pants and make it sound really smart or special or hidden or whatever. And I see that we are being visited by the Noon now, which is a little bit of a spoiler of what this is going to be. So
yes, the Noon is here. He says, "Hey, it's me. I don't oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm so honored to be your subject today, guys. So this is again proof of the miraculous nature of Muhammad. How could he have known that the Noon itself would turn up and pay attention to the stream today? This is just so miraculous. And not only that, he has the same picture as the one that I chose. I didn't create the picture by any means. I'm sure he probably had this profile picture ahead of time. And he chose the same picture. I mean, this is just so miraculous because there's tons of pictures of the whale out there, and he chose the exact same one, getting all the proof that Muhammad is a true prophet today.
oh, and by the way,
go ahead.
So Alif Lam Mim is, it is a name of Allah in the sense that it's Muhammad trying to produce random letters that are secret names of Allah with secret meanings. That's what I think it actually is. But the grammar of these single letters is really weird because they're always letter and by the whatever the next word is. That and indicates that the first word is connected to what comes next in a semantic way. You don't say R and I went to the store, like that would L and I saw my friend, like what kind of idiot talks like that? So people, these are especially have like emphasized meanings, I think heavily because of this push on the fact that there's this and there, and it's usually not translated. They usually skip it because it makes it sound really stupid.
Well, I mean, heaven forbid the Quran sound really stupid. That would just be so out of character for it. Phil says, might these letters be abbreviations? And
I
indeed, that's actually,
Yeah.
that's one of the things Muslims try to claim, though, right? They'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, these initials prove that it comes from Allah through Gabriel to Muhammad. Even though they're different in every chapter, that's what they mean.
Just like the tetragrammaton, it is just a word. It's a word that, doesn't have the correct later when they were invented, when the diacritical marks were not added to it, but it was a word that they did not say. And so they are challenging him to produce a word, the letters of this word, and instead he's producing nonsense letters.
Alexander says Terry Pratchett was so close to the truth of Allah. Indeed, he was. He was practically a prophet himself. And Andrew says that perhaps Noon in the pen is trying to say the inkwell and
Now,
the pen.
that is a view, but it is a minority view. We'll go to it in a second. It is a minority view, and I think it's just made up because if you're going to attach something to a pen, what's it going to be? It's going to be an inkwell. Like, I think it's trying to make it make sense. The hadith is only tracked back to two people other than Ibn Abbas, who actually taught that it was the whale. There were many, many, many hadith that say it's the whale. They're tracked back to Ibn Abbas, but all of the fabrications also just lie and say that he said it too, in order to gain support for their various interpretations, because they want to pit somebody really important against other people, so there'll be a fabricated chain that gives him a different viewpoint. You have to be careful. Abu Huraira, there are things that there's no way that Abu Huraira witnessed Muhammad doing these things. Do people not even know whenever he was converted to Islam? Like, he couldn't have known this. He couldn't have seen it. He wasn't there during conversations, and yet miraculously there are all these ahadith that are traced back to things that he could not possibly have known about. And so I like that. Allah laysa Rab. Allah is not Lord. It works for me. It works for me. And so as a result, wait, I forgot completely where I was. I got totally distracted by that. Usually I'm not, but anyway.
Shame on you for getting distracted. This is the proof that the whale is more powerful than Mary.
But yeah, there is a huge amount of just sheer fabrication in the ahadith. Like, I think that it is probable that many of the things came from certain people, but if you want to have an unpopular teaching become accepted, you just tack on a chain that's sound to it. If you don't like it, then you just leave out parts of the chain. So that way you're piously repeating it, but now you can say it's bad because this chain is actually a bad chain, and so you don't have to believe it anymore. So there's just huge amounts of manipulation in there. And since Islam teaches you to be dishonest, why not? So again, it's not noon by the pen, it's noon and by the pen. And again, virtually all the translations leave out that and, because it kind of changes your expectations of what's going on. Now, we have to remember, who is Allah? He is the pagan god of writing, as we found out in the very first surah. So, who is he? He is the name of your Lord who created. He is Lord who created. He created man from a clinging substance. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man which he did, with that which he knew not. So Allah is the one who is the pagan god who gifts writing to the people. This kind of secret knowledge coming from God, that's an entirely pagan point of view. And so now we have our pagan special pen showing up, who taught by the pen and taught men that which he did not know.
Actually, this goes quite well with your theory about this supposedly being an attempt at the divine name. So if he's saying God and the pen, or and by the pen, right? Because he creates by the pen, that would actually make a lot of sense, I think. So I think it fits quite well with your theory there.
Yeah. Now the argument, and of course, it definitely is the big argument against this being anything other than a secret letter is that these letters are never declined properly. So it's not in the nominative case or the accusative case or any other case. It's not in a case at all. There's no declension in how you are reciting it, and therefore it must be a letter by some people's argument. This is not the most popular opinion. So I believe that it started out that way, but Muhammad started making up reasons and things and contexts at various times and made up stuff. So let's look at the pen in Islamic cosmology. So Ubadah Ibn al-Samit said, "My dear son, I heard the messenger of Allah say, the first thing created by Allah is the pen. Allah said to it, write, and it proceeded at that very hour to write whatever is going to be." Ibn Abbas, again, the first thing created by God is the pen. God commanded it to write everything. This is Ibn al-Samit again. And then, and this is him talking to, or this is al-Walid saying what Ibn al-Samit said. So what his father said, it's the same person as the first one. He called me and said, "My dear son, fear Allah, knowing that you shall not truly fear Allah and attain religious knowledge until you believe in Allah alone and in predestination, in al-Qadr, in fate, both good and bad. I heard the messenger of Allah say, the first thing created by Allah was a pen. Allah said to it, write. The pen asked, what shall I write? Because, of course, this is a sentient pen. Everything is sentient in Islam because, again, it's a pagan religion and everything has this kind of fairy tale existence, knowledge, soul. Fasting is able to speak later on. Every plant talks, trees talk to Muhammad. They are sentient in Islam. Just to keep in mind, this is how deeply animistic pagan this religion is. This pen is a talking pen and it speaks to Allah and asks, what shall I write? Allah replied, write what is predestined, al-Qadr, the fate. He continued, and the pen proceeded at the very hour to write whatever was and whatever is going to be for all times.
So just stopping you real quick before you get too far from it, I did want to say, in fairness to Muhammad or Islam or however you want to put it, the average pen and the average tree do think about the same amount as the average Muslim when it comes to religion. They both are equally thoughtful in their religious practices.
True. So, and this is another different chain to Ibn Abbas, right? The first thing created by Allah is the pen. God said to it, write. Whereupon the pen asked, once again asking, your talking pen, what shall I write, my Lord? Allah replied, write what is predestined. That again is al-Qadr. He continued. The pen proceeded to write whatever is predestined and going to be to the coming of the hour. Then Allah lifted up the water vapor and split the heavens off from it. Yes, it is the Dora the Explorer religion because she talks to the talking backpack.
We have a couple of good questions here. Right, what is predestined? So did the pen predestine everything, or did the pen omnisciently know what is predestined?
Apparently the pen omnisciently knew what is predestined, and we're going to go into the problem of what the pen wrote in a moment, because it is kind of interesting. Because what is the pen writing on? It's writing on the heavenly tablets. Wait, where's the Quran? What is the eternal Quran on in heaven?
Heavenly tablets?
The preserved tablets, the heavenly tablets, same thing. So
it's perfectly preserved right down to the letter in heaven.
But so is literally everything that ever happened. So everything that ever happened, as well as the text of the Quran, are on these texts. And these are written before the recording angels do their job. Apparently, the recording angels need to rewrite portions of the heavenly tablet so that they can then hand you what you've done on a piece of paper. And so you can be busy reading what you've done and not look at other naked people during the resurrection.
So then there were a couple other comments that are questions worthwhile about the pen here. Why would the pen speak if it can write?
Well, apparently it doesn't know what to write, so it needs to speak before it can write, because it doesn't want to write the wrong thing.
It doesn't want to write. What should I write? That would then be the first line of the Quran.
Right. It has to write. It has to write what it said, though, because it happened. So he still has to write it eventually. but he didn't know, I guess, that that's what he had to write until then.
And Morkay wants to know if the pen writes by itself.
Yes, it wrote upon the command of Allah, but not the empowerment of Allah. It had Allah's permission and command, but it was had the ability within itself as far as we could. And Allah was obsessed by this because it was one of the only pieces of text that he had from any other source. Among Waraqa's stuff was that apocalyptic poem, and that massively influenced his early theology and was his obsession. Muhammad thought the last day would happen any second now, and he was a super important dude who would help bring apart this last day and all of that. You are, by the way, guys, staring at the dog's head, in case you're wondering what on earth you're looking at. It is like his cheek. He is pressed right up to the dog cam right now. I don't know. He's half off his dog bed. He has a very big dog bed, but he is half off of it. So you just get a little patch of fur. That's his cheek light spot there. So.
Yeah, so Mary kind of answered this. I don't know if she's intending to answer it or not, but why was Muhammad so obsessed by the last day? Most of his messages were about that. Yeah, exactly. He was an end times prophet. He thought that he was just providing a warning that the end time was upon people. And then that didn't happen, obviously. And Islam had to be reinvented.
Wait 1 second. I need to eat a page of the Quran because I told him I would do that. I made a promise that I would. Let me find this stupid book.
Yep. While you're looking for that, let me just pull up a couple of these other comments. So let's see. Do Muslims think Jonah was swallowed by the whale that carried the earth? No, I don't think that they would think that. That's just an ordinary whale, and the water that the other whale is carrying, that's not the special whale that's larger than the whole earth. Come on now. Let's not be silly here. There are whales, and then there's the whale. You got to distinguish between the two. And people also want to know if it was a ballpoint pen or a fountain pen or a feather pen or maybe a felt tip pen or perhaps even pig pen. Good question as to what kind of pen it is. As someone pointed out earlier, though, apparently it's a special kind of pen that writes without gravity because Allah creates the pen before he creates anything else. Which is interesting. I'm not sure what it's writing on if there's no writing material that's been created yet. But hey, we don't look for consistency in Islam. We just go with what the sources do. Only a kafir would question Islam logically. Logic is what the kafirs do. Come on, people. This is Islam. This is not logic. The two are very different things. Scummy says, Quran is a scientific miracle. Muhammad invented the theory of relativity for marriage by marrying a relative. His adopted son's wife. Not sure that's what the theory of relativity is, but do appreciate the pun. Split moon was his failed end times, indeed. If we're taking that seriously as something Muhammad supposedly did, then it's quite clear that it's supposed to be one of the final markers of the end. And yet, this is somehow the proof of Muhammad's prophethood, that he brought a marker of the end times 1,500 years before the end. Minimum, right? I'm not saying the end is tomorrow, but I mean, at minimum, it's got to be that many years apart. Timothy says, Allah wrote the Quran and is his speech, but his speech isn't eternal because only Allah is eternal. So Allah needed to learn to speak and write. How all-knowing of him. Now, Timothy, I have to scold you here. You have just committed apostasy by declaring that when it says the word first, that somehow means that it's not eternal. Allah obviously had his speech before he created the pen to write down his speech. How could you not know that? How could you not know that when Allah says this is the first thing that he ever did, it was not in fact the first thing that he ever did?
Well, unfortunately, it seems that I have lost it temporarily whenever I rearranged my entire
That is the proof.
office.
Allah has
Yeah,
hidden the Quran so you cannot destroy it.
and I don't want to destroy the other one that I have because I need to work on it. But I'll tell you what, I will write something in it. Here we
Well, if
go.
you have one verse of the Quran on a piece of paper, that is in fact the Quran.
Yeah,
So
so let's see.
discussing Islam's ancestry again? Well, not
Yeah,
intentionally.
something like that. Let's see. Well, I already have writing all in it, by the way. So I have defaced it according to Islamic standards. So I am writing.
It is the curse of Allah.
Muhammad
You see, Mary could not find her Quran. This is the ultimate proof of the
hates
truth of Islam. I thought it was Nun the
Allah.
whale,
And
but
teeny
it is in
tiny
fact
letters,
the
but
missing Quran.
I'd still be able to read it. So it says, Muhammad hates Allah because he hates those words that were revealed and later declares that they're not true. So there we go. That's what I got for you because I would need to still be able to reference that stupid book, because
The proof.
all the variants, the differences between the written text and the tajweel, the chanting is, or excuse me, the tajweed. I don't know why I said tajweel. Tajweed, the chanting is like striking. Sometimes it's hilarious because people tell you that the Quran was preserved how in speech, but the tajweed, like as you say the words supposedly in this book, the sounds that you make are not the same as the marks on the hafs. So this help over here in English letters, it's not just people who don't speak Arabic who need that. Arabic speakers need it too to be able to remember the places in which there are variations or variants that change from what is actually written. The basic phonetic rules of speech get altered in here, and especially sounds are left out very often, and occasionally they're just changed.
Snoopy says that your Quran has been hidden by the blubber. Nun the whale has been victorious today.
What the hell is this? A'udhu billah. We have seen the evidence. You cannot escape anymore. You're finished.
You're finished, Mary. Nun has conquered. Nun is victorious.
Something like that. All right. So, here are some fun ones. Where was our Lord before he created his creation? So, what does this presuppose? A question like that. Where was our Lord before he created his creation? What does that require of Allah?
Well, that requires that time is not created by Allah, that Allah exists in time, which creates a paradox because then he can't. Then time itself is eternal, and it creates a paradox that you can't actually get to the present. But ignore the philosophy here. The real point is that Allah doesn't create time. He is subservient to it. I don't know if that's your point, but that's my point.
Yep. Well, and that he exists in space and time.
Yep. Exactly. He's subservient to. He doesn't create everything.
Yeah.
Right?
But
you or I could create, right? You create books, right?
Yep.
That's the kind of creation that Allah does.
Yep.
It's not ex nihilo.
So, and also, again, where was he? Allah has extent, he has space, he has dimensions that can be located and localized. So there is Allah's body. Allah has a body. Allah has
No, that's true.
edges, extents. He occupies a certain place and does not occupy other places in a literal way. And the Prophet replied, he was in a cloud with no air underneath or above it. Hang on. Where was he? He was in a cloud. So what else is eternal with Allah? A cloud.
Space. Yeah.
Yeah.
What we
Cloud.
would call space.
Yep. So there is a cloud, and this cloud was what Allah existed, where Allah was hanging out before anything else existed.
Well, see,
Why?
maybe
Because,
this is the proof of Mormonism, that he's just the God of some world and then creates a different world, which will then eventually have its own God.
yep. Forget infinite regress. We're cool with infinite regress because we're Mormons and we follow an incredibly ignorant country boy who worked magic all the time. So
Timothy says time is greater than Allah. All ham to
time is
la
Allah.
la.
In fact, Allah is time, rather, according to one of the Hadith. So Allah is time. Then another answer: God existed while there was nothing else. His throne was upon the water, and all that was going to be was written on the memorial tablet before anything else was created. Now, here is an issue here. Allah existed when there was nothing else. His throne was upon the water. So in this one, his throne existed before anything else. It was not. Yep, water and his throne already existed before the creation.
Well, yeah, if you have to remember that space is thought to be water. So you have empty space, it's actually water that exists. So Allah exists in that empty space. There's no planets, there's no stars, but there is water because that's what empty space is.
Yep, and it was written on the memorial before anything. And I like the else was created in parentheses. That's not what it says. It was written on the memorial before anything. So then Allah created the seven heavens, etc. Now we also have. Oh, did my phone die? Yep, my phone died, even though it was plugged in. Then Prophet said, "Accept the glad tidings, Yemenites," and then they're challenging him here. We did so. Now inform us on how that matter was. So this is supposed to be when these things started. All of this is in context of people asking questions of Muhammad after he forced the Yemenites to become Muslim, right? Then the messenger of Allah said, Allah was upon the throne. He was before everything and wrote everything that was going to be on the tablet. Here again, the throne existed along with Allah before anything. I have a feeling that some of the other things are there to fix it. I'm hoping that we are actually visible because right now all I see
It was very briefly not, so I fixed it.
All right. Well,
That's why I said hold on, Mary, but you just kept talking.
Sorry. I missed that somehow.
Because when your phone died, it took out the presentation. I know that your presentation isn't on the phone, but it temporarily thinks that the other device is still connected. So then it elevates that to the third spot and it was black. So anyway, I have fixed that. And Jack says, is it water or nothing? Yes, is the answer to your question.
Could you change the display for me so that I can see stuff as you're bringing it up?
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's because I refreshed it and I didn't re-show it to you. Okay, however, the audience was seeing it. So
yes,
it was not that big of a deal. So Snoopy says, so there's water between Muhammad's ears? Also, yes.
There we go. True. All right. So then someone called to me and said, your camel is becoming tethered. So the person who was reporting this had to run after and get his camel. And he was sad that he missed the rest of this explanation because he was out protecting his camel. So
that's such a tragedy. He missed the proof of Muhammad's prophethood.
Something like that. So then, of course, we have to have the commentators fix things, right? because we can't have this well, apparently we can have pre-existent clouds, okay, but we can't have the pre-existent throne. So we are just going to throw out the ones that basically say that Allah was on the throne before anything, and declare that in fact Allah actually said that the throne was created next. So in my opinion, of the two statements, the one who's most likely to be correct is that Allah created the water before the throne, because of the soundness of the report mentioned when the messenger was asked, where was our Lord before he created his creation? He was in a cloud with no air underneath or above it. Then he created his throne upon the water. So this is fixing the other reports, making them work together and
fixing.
alter it. Yep.
The cloud
Then
with no
he created his
air.
throne upon the water. It is impossible to assume that, seeing that he created upon the water, he would have done so upon something non-existent, either before or simultaneously with it. If this is so, the throne must necessarily have been created either after Allah created the water or simultaneously with it. That creation should have been before the creation of water cannot possibly be sound, according to the tradition transmitted on the authority of Abu Razin, who was quoting from Muhammad. It has been said that the water was upon the back of the wind when Allah created his throne upon it. Apparently, it is wind all the way down, not turtles.
Okay. But there's no air. There's wind without air.
Correct.
We'll figure that one out.
If this is so, the water and the wind were created before the throne. So
I have to do this.
Is this the comic book picture that you're trying to portray here?
yes, it is.
I could not think of a better description. Thank you, Muhammad Hijab.
So again, emphasizing this, that Allah is localized to a place inside an uncreated airless cloud. He has a bodily location and bodily dimensions. Next, the pen was made, and the tablet, and the command of Allah to write. Notice how unclear this book is. It must contain the words, Allah is a poopy pants, because I have written Allah is a poopy pants. Allah is the author of this sentence. I just want to be clear. Allah was the author of the sentence, Allah is a poopy pants, and Allah has a full description of Allah being a poopy pants in the image that I have here of a kid with a saggy diaper who's actually playing in water, so it's not poopy. But Allah is a poopy pants, along with the full description of it, that he wrote that before anything happened. Allah is responsible for this. Allah is the author of this and caused it all to happen.
Well, and perhaps that sentence will be more meaningful to Muslims, given the way they usually like to interact. But it would also mean things like Allah is the author of all shirk, for example.
Yes. Allah is the author of all shirk. Every bit of every sin, everything, anything that has ever happened, Allah is the author of it in a very literal sense. He wrote it to happen before it happened. He is 100% fully responsible and the origin of every action. So there is no action except that Allah is the origin of it. I want to be very, very, very clear about that. Allah is the origin of every action. That's why it talks about you cannot deny al-qadr, either the good or the bad. So Allah is the origin of every evil that has ever happened in the world. Okay? Now, yes, it does indeed say that Allah does not have a digestive system. Nevertheless, Allah still had to write that Allah is a poopy pants in his book because I came to write it. So,
and also, Allah is also the author of Allahu Crap Bar, because it might say fill on your screen, but don't be deceived. That comes from Allah's description of everything that will ever occur that he caused to occur, and the pen omnisciently knew, because the pen is totally not a second deity besides Allah. Just thought I'd clarify.
All right, so then he created the wind so that the water would have something to be on, and the water's there so that the throne can be over the water. Then he created the footstool, although there's some disagreements about that. Then after that, kind of regular creation happened. The heavens and the earth and everything else, because the Allah is not in heaven. He is on the throne, which is outside of heaven in this third liminal space. So,
and I just wanted to clarify for Phil here before he accidentally blasphemes Allah. says, as Allah is a physical being, does Allah defecate? And in fact, this is the only way that you can tell whether it's Allah or not, is that he does not have a butthole or means to defecate, because poop is unfitting of Allah.
Otherwise, he would look exactly like Adam.
Mhm.
Literally, the only difference between him and Adam, all the angels were scared of Adam before he was made animate because he was identical to Allah. And Iblis figured out that it wasn't Allah because of the fact that he had a butthole and Allah doesn't. Once again, remember that the Dajjal would look identical to Allah if it were not for knowing that the Dajjal has only one eye. You'd get tricked.
And we can assume that perhaps the Dajjal also has a butthole, because, I mean, he is clothed, so you couldn't see that part of him. So perhaps he does, and that's a second difference between him and Allah, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. That's a mystery that the Islamic scholars, I'm sure, have debated at some point.
And, oh my goodness, my dog is begging for pets. All right, fine.
So the pen is responsible for the story of Zainab. Duh. The pen's responsible for everything.
Everything. All right. So, let's see. Now.
And Alexander said, so he created poop for others, but not himself. Of course, Allah has to make us distinguished from him. If he didn't make us poop, then how would we tell the difference between a human being and Allah? Gosh, Alexander, you got to think before you ask these questions.
And
this is very obvious theology that everyone would know.
Yep, and Snoopy is asking whether or not there's a flushing system for the throne. and obviously there's only a sperm bucket for the throne, so we can collect enough sperm to ejaculate across the earth. And I guess that's why he couldn't have a butthole, because we needed to have the sperm collection system instead. So.
Oh man, yeah. Where did all that sperm come from? That's just hiding out underneath Allah's throne.
It came from Allah, of course.
So basically, what you're saying is that Allah's been masturbating,
because otherwise he couldn't, or having wet dreams, one or the other.
But I mean, it's Allah. He doesn't sleep, right?
Yeah, there we go. So I guess that is.
Oh man, right. I had no idea where this was going.
It's not my fault these long sources are stupid. All right. So now we have another thing about Allah's creation. The heavens and earth and oceans are the Haikal, and the Haikal is in the footstool, and that's like, it literally means like the body, and it's like, I guess it's like corporeal creation, you might say, or matter creation. Allah's feet are upon the footstool. He carries the footstool. That gets even weirder. It became like a sandal on his feet. So apparently whenever he descends wearing the footstool, but he descends to the lowest heaven. So it's really confusing. Anyway, when he was asked what is a haikal, because even though this is like an Islamic or is an Arabic word, the usage is really weird. Something on the heavens extremities that surrounds the earth and oceans, like the ropes that are used to fasten a tent. So this defines the extents of creation. And when Wahhab was asked how the earths are constituted, he replied, there are 7 earths that are flat islands. Between each 2 earths, there is an ocean. All that is surrounded by the surrounding ocean, and the Hakal is, it's just a regular case, sorry, the Hakal is behind the ocean. And then we have even more, when Allah wanted to create the creation, he brought forth smoke from the water. The smoke rose above the water and hovered loftily over it. He therefore called it heaven. Then he dried out the water and made it 1 earth. He split it and he made it in 7 earths on Sunday and Monday. He created upon the earth a big fish, that being the fish mentioned by Allah in the Quran. Noon, by the pen. And it's actually noon and by the pen. Even here, we're getting them mistranslated. The fish was in the water, and the water was upon the back of a small rock. The rock was upon the back of an angel. The angel was upon a big rock. The big rock was in the wind, neither in heaven nor earth. The fish moved and became agitated as a result. The earth quaked, whereupon he anchored the mountains in it, and it was stable. The mountains proudly tower over the earth. This is stated in Allah's word that he made for the earth firmly anchored mountains, lest it shake you up. So,
I think that this is definitely a scientific miracle. I've never heard a more accurate description of the state of planet Earth from a 7th century person than this. So
now, part of this is that you needed an explanation as to why it would be that the earth would have mountains, because Muhammad taught that at the end of time the earth would be literally flattened out because he misread Isaiah, likely under the influence of Zoroastrian theology that says that the earth was originally spread out flat as a wonderful place to live and will be spread out flat, or excuse me, that the earth will be spread out as a wonderful place to live after the eschaton. So we have the same thing happening here, borrowed from Persian theology, of a literal flattening of the earth after the eschaton. So why isn't the earth flat to begin with? In fact, the Quran says in a number of places that Allah spread out, meaning spread flat the earth as a wonderful dwelling place for you. So what are the mountains for? The mountains aren't nice. The mountains are bad. If you've been in the Hijaz, the mountains are rough. They're difficult to climb. They're difficult to navigate through. They make the people there very poor. They are just unpleasant. You can't farm in them. You can't have a comfortable place. So they're not nice. So why did Allah create these mountains? Well, the reason was to keep the earth from shaking, and that was actually borrowed from earlier belief systems too, that the mountains are to hold down the earth to keep it from shaking. And the idea, why
Mary,
was it shaking?
how are you going to prevent the whale from shaking the earth except by weighing it down?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I don't understand why you're doubting this beautiful science here. Snoopy says it sounds like Dr. Seuss was plagiarized. No, Dr. Seuss plagiarized the Quran.
Yeah. So that's what the mountains are. And it's so funny because Muslims will use this as a scientific miracle of the Quran. Oh, mountains have roots. And by this they mean that the layers of mountains continue on flat land too. Those aren't roots. They're just mountain layers that got pushed up. It's quite the opposite. Allah teaches that they are pegs that are driven down, and that is not what mountains are. Mountains are thrust up, not driven down. And the only way that Muhammad could think of as to why there'd be earthquakes is if there's something underneath it moving, and he decided that it was a fish. Probably didn't know very many turtles. So,
as Una says, this is called science. Look it up. If you disbelieve us, you must go to the scientific sources. They will reveal the truth of Islam.
Not science. To hell with science.
Yep. And then here's another one. Someone might say, if it is as you have described, namely, that Allah created the earth before heaven, then what is the meaning of the statement? First thing created by Allah is the pen. God then said, pen write, whereupon the pen said, what shall I write, my Lord? Allah replied, write what is predestined, etc., etc. And he continues to write to the coming of the hour. Then Allah lifted up the water vapor and split the heavens off from it. God created the fish, noon, and the earth was spread out on its back. And yeah, this is actually, I'm just checking that's a different version of it that I didn't. Yeah, these are all different specific chains for essentially the same thing. Just double checking that I didn't duplicate anything completely. Then God created the fish, noon, and the earth is spread out on its back. The fish became agitated with the result that the earth was shaken up. It was steadied by means of the mountains, for they indeed proudly tower over the earth. And then we say the first thing created.
They're proud. How dare them?
Yeah.
Allah does not love the proud.
Yep. Allah said, write, and it wrote whatever it's going to be until the coming of the hour. I guess that's why Allah has to destroy them later, because they're proud. Then Allah created the fish upon the water. Then he heaped up earth upon it. So here, fish isn't named, but we still have the fish. Here's another one. So here's the pen, it's writing, blah, blah. Then God created the fish. He lifted up the water vapor, and heaven was split off from it. The earth was spread out upon the back of the fish. Fish became agitated, and as a result, the earth was shaken up. It was steadied by means of mountains. He continued, for they proudly tower over the earth. So, and remember, there are 7 pancake earths. And we're on the top one, by the way. So
I think you mean ozone layers, Mary.
I know, it's so deeply stupid.
Yeah, there are 7 ozone layers.
Yes.
But then we looked it up, and the scientists said there are 6 ozone layers. So I was like, the scientific miracles are debunked.
And do keep in mind that our brilliant dawagandist, absolutely spectacularly intelligent, brilliant dawagandist, Ali Dawa, converted to Islam from being essentially a secular Muslim, right? He became determined that Islam is true because someone told him that the 7 pancake earths means that there are 7 layers of the ozone. And this is how stupid Ali Dawa was, that he believed that that is A, that is a real thing, and B, that is actually what's meant. You have to have the literacy of Muhammad to be entranced by Islam. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't need those anymore because now I got faith.
And I have faith in nothing. I just do. I've been thinking it for long enough that it's now just like stuck in my head. And so, like, it's true because it gave me false confidence. And because I now have bravado, that's good. Nothing, no reason that caused me to convert is actually true. I converted completely based on lies. I acquired bravado and a lot of money. So now I have that bravado continuing, which I label faith. That's what he says. So.
And now, Timothy says 7 pancake earths. IHOP, here I come.
Yeah, please do come. So this is pagan cosmology. Pagan cosmology.
No.
It is
this is the divine picture of the world.
From the world turtle. And the world turtle is surprisingly prevalent in people who live really far apart. For example, a number of people, but a Jesuit actually wrote down a particular story, but a number of people documented the belief that the world is on the back of a turtle because people went, hey, we have earthquakes sometimes. What's causing it? Well, the earth must be on something that's shaking to cause it to shake. So it's what it could be on, a really huge animal. What kind of animal? Well, obviously we don't shake most of the time, so it must be a turtle, like moving slowly or something, and occasionally it moves a little bit faster and we shake. This is just an idea that people often had. So here is a Huron story. That's an Indian tribe or a Native American tribe, if you prefer. When the father was explaining to them some Huron seminarists, some circumstances of the passion of our Lord, and speaking to them of the eclipse of the sun, of the trembling of the earth, which was felt at the time, they replied that this was talk in their own country of a great earthquake which had happened in former times, but they did not know either the time or the cause of that disturbance. There is still talk, they said, of a very remarkable darkening of the sun, which was supposed to have happened because the great turtle, which upholds the earth in changing positions or place, brought its shell before the sun, and thus deprived the world of sight. So, again, we have this earthquake, sun, weird stuff being explained by the turtle. The Hindus, and it creeped into common beliefs of many people in China as well, that you had a big turtle too. And this one is a belief of Hindus. There was no standard cosmology in Hinduism, but like now people will tell you that there was, because it's one group that they would prefer you to believe because they don't want to admit the fact that this was a very common Hindu belief. But anyway, others hold that the earth has 9 corners by which the heavens are supported. Another, disagreeing from these, would have the earth supported by 7 elephants, and that the elephants do not sink down because their feet are fixed on a tortoise. When asked who would fix the body of the tortoise so that it would not collapse, he said that he did not know. So, like, what's under the tortoise? No one knows. And from this is the story of rocks all the way down, which is supposedly something that a woman, the story about someone saying, I don't know what's underneath. At one point, some man was talking to an elderly common woman who declared that it was ridiculous to believe that the earth was round. If it was, would all fall off. And clearly we're standing on stones. And he asked, what's underneath that? And she said, well, it's stones all the way down, is what she said. And it's a classical problem of infinite regress. In retelling, that became turtles all the way down, because it combined the idea of a turtle having to be upon something together with the idea of the stones of infinite regress, stones all the way down, and is also in Terry Pratchett. So, boys and girls, that is another Terry Pratchett quote. It ended up in Terry Pratchett, it being turtles all the way down.
And Timothy says those turtles like to stack, perhaps referencing Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Once again, you just see Dr. Seuss plagiarizing the beauty of Islam to create his beautiful stories that tell the Islamic truth about the world.
Now, in the more sophisticated and developed Hindu cosmology, we have a few things that are kind of interesting. Notice that we have some lower lokas below the Bhuloka, the earthly realm where we live. There are lower stacked earths like pancakes, which are sitting upon a great ocean and a serpent holding it up at the bottom. So we have a serpent instead of a turtle in this particular one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you get a bonus 8th one in this cosmology.
Muhammad came to correct this corrupted cosmology that has 8 Earths.
Clearly. And then the upper lokas, and then above it is floating the uppermost realm of pure whatever, whenever you achieve release from the cycle of and realize that everything is Brahman and everything, and you achieve your end, right?
This is clearly a corruption of the truth of 7 heavens and 7 earths, because we have 8 earths and it looks like 5 heavens.
So
Very
correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So there are 5 locations here, which again becomes 7. Now, there are references by the time Muhammad's running around to 7 heavens. Those were considered they were a scientific concept that each one of the heavenly bodies is set upon an invisible shell, and the shell moves carrying the body with it, and the shells are of different thicknesses essentially. There is almost certainly absolutely no connection to Paul saying that he was brought up to the 3rd heaven. What Paul meant was not to the sky and not to the realm of stars and so on, the physical realm, but to beyond that, to actual heaven rather than sky or outer space. But the 7 heavens of later on were a scientific concept. They weren't a religious concept. But Muhammad seemed to have taken these 5 religious levels and turned everything into 7s that came from Hinduism. And there was heavy, heavy contact between Hinduism and Zoroastrianism at this time, and a lot of the ideas seem to have bled one into another. We really do not have clear ideas of what was specifically taught in Zoroastrianism at the time, because modern Zoroastrians really want to conceal what Zoroastrianism was historically, because it's just another pagan religion, just like Hinduism, and they want to be something else. There aren't very many of them, though. But another incredibly important detail here are these weird oceans that we have in Vedic Hindu theology. We have an ocean of milk, and an ocean of wine, and an ocean of butter, an ocean of sugarcane syrup, and an ocean of curded milk. What does this remind you of in Islamic cosmology?
Well, I don't know if it's strictly speaking cosmology, but it does sound a little bit about like Jonah.
Yeah, the different rivers of Jonah that all flow with different things are inspired by this. kind of rivers of wine and so on and milk, because they have different rivers that flow with different things in the same way in the cosmology of Jonah. Like that's what Jonah is. So
real quick, we have received a revelation. Alexander, the prophet of Allah, has revealed that Allah says, "Now we will give you a Qibla that will please you better." And then Allah points to the nearest IHOP.
there we go. So, Zoroastrian tribes, earth, mountains, and plants. Like the Vedic Indians, the Iranians believed that the earth had been stabilized during the second stage of creation. By the way, what stabilized this earth? Oh, that's the mountain in the middle, stabilized it. Just so you know, in Hindu cosmology, it was all shaky until we got that mountain there that kind of
What
stabilized.
about the heavens? They look like they're sitting on top of that mountain. Surely they're not supported by it. That would be very unstable.
Yeah, they apparently are. I'm not sure how they weren't collapsing before, but they were somehow like shaky and unstable. There are also, yeah, there are lots of odd things. Anyway.
Oh, you mean the cosmology is it scientifically sound?
Well, I mean, it's just like Islamic cosmology, which is not scientifically sound.
No, you're wrong. Muhammad corrected it to be sound.
This is, in the Zoroastrian tradition, mountains were said to have grown up after the onslaught. Their roots did what? Anchored the earth. Wow! The first mountain range to develop was that of Hara, which encircled the world. According to one of the writings, it grew to reach the highest parts of the sky. There may have been a confusion here with the peak of Hara, the axis around which the luminaries revolved. In the same way, they're revolving around a central one. The peak grew from the roots of the Hara range in the middle of the earth. There was the special bridge, the bridge of the separator, which rested on it. That same bridge that is mentioned in Islamic sources, which only has a source in the pagan Zoroastrian polytheistic religion. So there are other solutions that are given, which include that the first thing that Allah was a pen, then he created the noon, which is the inkwell. This is attributed to Abu Huraira. This is the saying of Allah, the Most High, noon, and again, mistranslated, and by the pen. Then he said to it right, etc., etc., etc. And then he sealed the mouth of the pen, and it did not speak, nor will it speak until the day of resurrection, which cracks me up because it is a talking pen with a mouth. We
wait, what? Wait, what? So the pen that asks Allah what it should write won't speak until the day of resurrection.
Well, after that, it was forced to write everything down.
Okay, so
and apparently nothing that is happening after the day of resurrection is recorded. It's only the only thing that's recorded. The only thing that's part of Al-Qadr is what happens till the day of resurrection. So there we go. Then he created the intellect, and the compeller, that is Allah, said, I have not created a creation more wondrous to me than you. By my might and majesty, I will surely perfect you among those I love, and I will surely make you blessed among those I hate. So Muslims are supposed to be really smart, boys and girls. Keep this in mind. Muslims are supposed to be really smart, which I have not seen.
Oh, don't you know that despite being less than 1% of the world's population, Muslims have earned like 23% of Nobel prizes?
Yeah. Well,
oh wait, that's Jews. Oh shoot.
Yeah. The only Nobel prizes that Muslims earn are for falconry, camel breeding, and water purification, or rather, the only places where they excel: falconry, camel breeding, and water desalinization. And that's because it's based mainly on the works of Europeans. So anyway, then he said, the messenger of Allah said, the people with the most perfect intellect are those who are the most obedient to Allah and the most devoted to obeying him. So if you don't believe this nonsense, then apparently you're dumb. By the way, the intellect is a distinct creation. Intelligence is like not just a mere adjective. It has existence, like fasting. I'm sure it can talk because everything can talk. Fasting can talk. Prayer can talk. I'm sure intellect can talk too. So.
You dumb!
All right. So now we have Qurtubi talking about the main explanation that the noon is a fish. Mujahid said noon is a whale that is under the seventh earth, and the pen with which the remembrance is written. So he's just continuing to explain the verse. So we have all of these other folks who said the noon is a whale on which the earths are. So Muqatil, Murra, Al-Hamdani, there we go, Murra Al-Hamdani, Ata Al-Khurasani, Al-Sudi, and Al-Kalbi all say this. Abu Dibyan narrated on the authority of Ibn Abbas again, who said the first thing was the pen, etc., etc. Then he created the letter Nun and spread out the earth. On his back, the earth shook and he was made firm by the mountains. So he's still a letter, but he is also a whale. So the letter Nun is a whale. And indeed, the mountains rise up upon the earth. And Ka'ab is one of my favorite people because he was a Yemeni Jew who was an utter grifter, and the Muslims were dumb enough to believe him. And he would just make up stuff, and the Muslims would be like, okay, let's record that. This must be true. Iblis crept into the whale on whose back the earth was, and whispered in his heart, saying, do you know what is on your back, O Luthoth of trees, lands, animals, and other things? If you spit them out, you would throw them all off your back. So Luthoth wanted to do that, but Allah sent a beast to him, and it entered his nostril and reached his throat, his brain. So the fish made a groan to Allah about it, and Allah gave it permission, and it came out. So he didn't entirely throw everything off because Allah sent a beast to torture him. So what kind of story is this? Yes, it is one of Ka'ab's stories. He would just say things to see how stupid Muslims were and whether or not they'd believe it, and they pretty much all would. So much for the intellect.
But I don't know. I don't know here because like Iblis crawls into Nun. He also crawls into Allah. Maybe the whale is Allah.
Yeah.
Two versions of the same story.
Just so the other opinions that are in Al-Qurtubi are that it's just a letter. It's an incomprehensible oath of Allah. It is a river of paradise. It is all of Allah's names that start with N. One of these. So
just that's crazy that just a letter's offered, because then it is actually completely and totally pointless.
Correct.
The perfect word of Allah has a meaningless letter there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the opinions that Muslims are offering.
Yes.
I mean, that's a reasonable opinion, to be clear. That's a reasonable opinion to hold, but it doesn't seem very Islamic, does it?
Nope. So Al-Tabari offers these explanations. The whale, Ibn Abbas and Mujahid each said this. The inkwell, Al-Hassan and Qatada said this. Tablet, Qatada also apparently said it was both the inkwell and the tablet, by the way. Ibn Zayd claimed it was an oath of Allah. Basically, by the noon and by the pen is just this oath that doesn't have any meaning.
Well, Allah does like to swear on random things, so maybe he's just swearing by some letters.
Yeah, and then letters, no names. So that he didn't provide any names as to who said this. Al-Suyuti had many of the same people as before, which I didn't repeat, but he did say that both Qura and Ibn Abbas reported the Noom as a tablet of light rather than just claiming that it was Qatada. So he had both of these folks. The inkwell was also assigned to Ibn Abbas. The oath was assigned to Ibn Abbas, and the whale was assigned, in addition to a lot of the people before, to Ibn Jurayj. So
before you go on, I want to ask the audience to think about this. Of all those possible explanations of what this mysterious letter is, one kind of stands out. Mary, do you know what I'm getting at here? I'm being vague on purpose because I don't want to give it away, but many of these seem to be almost logical, you might say.
And the whale is not.
And the whale isn't, right? Exactly. That's my point. That one of them, no one, like all these are things someone might guess from the context. except the whale. There's nothing in the context to tell you this is a whale.
And that's why I think that Muhammad actually gave that as an explanation at some point. Be right back. So,
and that's kind of what I was getting at. So
Yep.
while Mary is taking a quick break, take the super chat from Jack.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Clearly, Jack wants his wealth to increase. And indeed, his point wealth has increased. So you see the promise of Allah has come true through his donation. Snoopy says the flying noon is better than the flying whale noon. Or the flying nun is better than the flying whale nun. Yeah, it could be. That's debatable. Maybe we should have a poll on that. Which is better, the flying nun or the nun that holds up the earth? I think Snoopy's weighing in here, saying that they're nonsense words. And I wouldn't put that past Muhammad of just putting a bunch of nonsense characters there because he thinks it sounds poetic. I'm putting these cool letters there because it's poetic. But I do think Mary's explanation that he's trying to guess the divine name is also very plausible.
Yeah, I think.
And then I guess he gets called out on it, and that's
Yeah.
why he comes up to the whale. That is what I was getting at. That all these others sound like humans trying to guess of what this weird thing is. No one would guess that it's a whale. There has to be some explanation as to where that came from. Either Muhammad, or it's got to be like a very, very early and important caliph that says it. That's like the only possibilities, I think.
Sorry,
so
I just caught my thumb on something.
Yeah, so Mary comes back, and so then I stop talking, and then she just sits there in silence.
Sorry.
Question from Breakfast Gun, though. This is the origins of the religion that gave way to the golden age of philosophy and science?
Well, there is a reason why there aren't any native Arab philosophers or mathematicians in that golden era. That they are all locals, descended from the local culture, because this is what Arab culture produced. This is a flower of Arab culture, is this idiot just saying nonsense. And then, but yeah, moving on. And we are actually, even though we only covered like the one section on the pen in this first verse, we're getting fairly close to, we're more than 2/3 of the way through. We're nearly 3/4 of the way through because the rest don't really have any of these weird details to go into.
But the dear ultimate is for pretend here in the chat. It doesn't say that, Mary. It doesn't say noon at the start of the chapter. I'll get my Quran out and show you.
It's so funny because Nadir
it does
Ahmed,
say noon. I need to change the topic of the debate.
he just he's the only person who believes in what he believes. He is in a religion of one, all by himself, and yet he declares that he does not interpret things. Rather, he has knowledge. So basically, he's declaring himself as another prophet because he is in defiance of the ulama. He does not accept the ulama. All right, so there are further difficulties here about who they are in the next bit. Noon and by the pen and what they write. Not what it writes, what they writes. Asudi said the angels and the deeds of the servants they record. So like the pen is one thing, and what they write is like a totally different thing. So Allah is essentially swearing by noon on one hand, by the pen on another hand, and then on the third thing that he's swearing by is what a group of beings is writing. They're separating these completely. Now, Asuyuti there at the bottom option recorded the similar option, and what they write actually means what the pagan Quraysh do. So again, it's 3 different things. Why you'd be swearing by what pagan Qurayshi folks are doing, I don't know. Even if you're a law, that just doesn't make any sense to me. But that is an explanation offered by Asuyuti. Now,
remember, just because Allah says that anyone who swears by anything other than Allah is a pagan, that doesn't mean that Allah has to swear by anything by himself only. I mean, come on.
So Kalo is just mentioning on kind of off topic that all the Turkish mosques are copied from the Hagia Sophia, which is true, but it's more than that. Again, remember, Arabs can't build anything, and the Turks were even more backward when they arrived. So the architects of the Turkish Empire were all Armenians. So Armenians built everything from the Turkish conquest onward, and before that, and when you had any kind of Arab control, it was various Christian architects who built everything. They had nothing of their own. They were not builders. They used their dhimmis, and then eventually descendants of dhimmis who chose to apostatize and become Muslim pagans to avoid taxes, but they were not Arabs. Arabs and Turks, their contribution to global society has been dramatically negative. It's the Persians, the native folks of these areas, the Greeks, the Armenians, they all accomplished things. The Turks and the Arabs did not. And it's quite striking how little, like you would think that when a people could conquer another people, that they would have something to contribute to the society, but they didn't. They were like Mongols on that kind of level of sophistication. So, no, the Turks are totally ethnically different. They just got converted to Islam because Islam was horrible and violent, and the Turks, who were migratory horse barbarians, were horrible and violent. So the camel barbarians converted the horse barbarians to their violent and evil religion because it was very appealing to them. So that's basically it. And then afterwards, the Arabs absolutely despised them and said nasty things about them forever. But they did convert them. You want to hear the nastiest things ever said about Turks? Go to the Iranian Muslims and go to the Egyptians, and it is hilarious. You could not say nastier things about anyone. The only people they hated more are the Zanj, which are the Bantu Africans. So, now,
but Islam is the religion for all people. Muhammad declared that there's no difference between white and black.
Yeah, that's what Muhammad said. Anyway, Asuyuti said, oh no, not Asuyuti. The others, one of the major, the main interpretation of this is that what is meant here is the pen which Allah caused to write the decree when He wrote the decrees of all creation, and this took place 50,000 years before He created the heavens and the earth. So they, right then, would refer to Allah and the pen together. I don't know why Allah is swearing in the third person here, but according to this interpretation, He is swearing in the third person. Now, I think that the reason that inkwell gained popularity is because then you could say that the inkwell and the pen together are writing, and they're the they.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or the pen and the tablet together, and they're writing together, they're creating this together, and somehow they're they, which would make more sense than any of these do, honestly. I think it's just another flub and deficiency and defectiveness of the Quran that there is this stupid statement in it. Now, this is one of my favorite passages, everybody. Allah literally says, "No, you." And I put it like this because that is the level of discourse. Those who are savvy.
I mean, that's what we typically get it in the chat. I mean, so the Muslims are just emulating their God. I mean, what's wrong with that?
If you're savvy with how the young people speak, whenever they're being stupid and sarcastic and silly, and instead of writing out "no you," they'll write "no you" like that. Whenever they're giving what they know is a particularly stupid response. But here Allah is doing it, but it's not ironic. It's not an ironic no you meme, no you, right? It is literally Allah doing, "No, your mama's fat." It's another one of those. It's amazing. All right. So here is what's being sworn by.
Let the record show that Ameri just called the Quran amazing.
Yes, it is absolutely amazing here. Noon, and by the pen and what they write, thou art not, by the grace of thy Lord, a jinn-possessed man. Okay? So Allah is swearing committing shirk in swearing that Muhammad is not a jinn-possessed man. And indeed, for thou is surely a wage without end. So you're now going to get those wages forever from Allah. And this is not the wages of sin or death, although that are actually the wages he will get. This is supposed to be like a good wage. And indeed, thou art surely a mighty moral character. So thou shalt see. So first we have a denial of these jinn possessed, and instead saying, no, you're going to have a reward, and you have a great moral character, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you shalt see, and they shall see, which of you is the bewitched. So what is this saying? The people who are accusing Muhammad of being possessed by jinn are what?
Bewitched.
They are bewitched. They are under the spell of magic. They are under the influence of jinn. That is what is being asserted here. So again, this is Allah going, no, you. Is there any evidence in any of the Islamic sources, any accusation against any individual who called Muhammad a jinn-possessed man, that any of them were under a spell or bewitched? No! Even the Islamic sources don't try to make this less stupid than it is. In the Islamic sources, again, no one who is accusing Muhammad is under the influence of jinn or bewitched. They are all just defiantly disobedient. This is just Muhammad getting his nose bent out of shape and going, no, you, no, you, no, you. So notice that the word bewitched is from the fitna root, FTN, but it does not mean just affliction in a general sense. It has a very specific meaning. It means to be enchanted or bewitched, either literally or figuratively. You can be figuratively bewitched, like, oh, she is bewitching. So you can talk about someone who is as if they are under the spell of another person, if they're enthralled by them, right? In the same way that we do in English. But it means bewitched, enchanted. So you shall see. So he's being accused of being possessed by jinn. And the response is, so you will see and they will see which of you is bewitched, enchanted. In context, this can only mean a refutation of the jinn possession, saying, no, you're the one who's under a spell. Ibn Kathir even admits that the literal meaning of the statement means, so you will know and they will know which of you has been charmed. Charmed. Not lured away in a generic meaning, but through witchcraft. One who has been charmed. So, the entire statement means, so you will know and they will know, or you will be informed and they will be informed, which of you is afflicted with madness. If you take the jinn possession to be madness, it's often translated that way because the idea is that you're possessed and a madman. A lot of the translations are a madman. So again, Ibn Kathir is saying that it's no, you are the mad one. You're crazy. You think I'm crazy. No, you're crazy. Allah says so. Boys and girls, this is how stupid this book is. And there are people who might even be in the chat right now. I think they've mostly run away because they were so embarrassed by their stupid whale. But
yeah, I have not seen.
No,
but
not
this
for
is
a
the kind
while.
of comment we normally get. I haven't seen a Muslim in a while, but this is the normal comment we normally get. If they even attempt to address something, it'll be, whatever you're saying, that's what Christians are. So Snoopy says this sounds like 10-year-olds talking to each other.
Oh, it gets worse. The whole
But
thing.
hold on, though. Timothy
Yeah.
said this before. He said this before that, but I'm taking it as a response to Allah wrote to know you. Behold the prophecy. How can he know how 10-year-olds would speak to each other in the 20th century? This is a miracle of Allah.
Yeah. I mean, I just want everybody to just sit in this and think about it and imagine a God who just accuses people who are not crazy. No, you're the one who's crazy. Like when you're a child and you're mad at someone, you say like really stupid things. Like, you called me fat. No, you're fat, and you actually are a little bit chunky, and the other person's skinny. Like, that's just what people do, right? You lost a race. Somebody calls you slow. No, you're slow, and they're the ones who won the race. Like, this is stupid, childish. childish stuff. So
could you perhaps say that it's cringy?
No problem. It's fine for it to be cringy.
so
I just say cringy so I can play that clip.
So again, the Quraysh are calling Muhammad possessed by a jinn. So Allah says, no, you. So the question is, are any of the Quraysh under spell, enchantment, or curse? No. Another question is, who is responsible for their disbelief according to later Islamic theology?
Allah.
Who is the one?
Allah.
Yes. Who is the one who leads everyone astray?
Allah. He leads those astray who he wills to lead astray.
So is Allah saying here that he has put a bewitchment and enchantment witchcraft on people?
Yes, logically speaking, that would have to be the conclusion.
I just want all of you to realize that if you are going to support this as being from Allah, you have to say that Allah creates witchcraft and is a witch and has bewitched these people. Okay? So it's great. It's fabulous. I love this. I love this entire. See, I can never decide which one of the surahs are my favorite. I keep telling you that this is my favorite and that's my favorite because they're all this stupid. This is the dumbest religion.
It sends shivers up my spine.
Yeah, I am not even excluding Mormonism. This is dumber than Mormonism.
What about Scientology?
That's hard. Scientology is at least better exploiting people and manipulating people. I honestly think it's better at manipulating people than Islam is. Islam would never get off the ground today, but Scientology 2.0 absolutely will. So I have to say this is even stupider than Scientology. All right, so the reassurances. The reassurances continue. Indeed, thy Lord, he is knowing of he who has strayed from his way, and he is knowing of the guided ones. So I want you to realize that, wait 1 second. Who is doing the straying now? Who is able to go astray on their own? They are able to stray. Those who don't follow Allah are currently able to stray. Later on, a different form of the world will be used so that these people are only led astray, that they don't go astray on their own power, that everything is attributed to Allah. Yes, but this predates the teaching of predestination, which is kind of funny because by the pen, that's supposed to be the pen that wrote everything down, right? Well, in reality, early on, it wasn't the pen of fate. It was just the pen with which Allah taught people how to write. And I honestly think that the pen and what they write was about the writings of the prophet, essentially. The prophet's writings, the written books. Noon and the original was by the pen and essentially the books, the writing. It was the original. And then as his theology developed and changed, it became the pen of fate. It was not originally a pen of fate. It was just the pen that the pagan god Allah taught people how to write with. So, Rodi Habarji. That's amazing. Why not?
Indeed. I thought it was pretty good.
So,
Allah, the greatest of deceivers, puts Satan out of a job.
Yeah, he did.
But is Allah different from Satan? Key point to think about.
So, do not be obeying thou those who cry lies. So those who claim that what you're saying is a lie and deny it, don't obey them, Muhammad. They desire that thou shouldst compromise so that they would compromise. And in reality, guess what? He did. Because you notice, what's the name of his God here? Is it Allah? Verse 7.
Thy Lord.
Yeah. His name isn't Allah yet. At this time, Muhammad did not worship what they worshipped, and they did not worship what he worshipped. But later on, he said, yeah, you worship what I worship. You just worship extra things. These are not statements that can be made coherent. You associate with Allah is not the same thing as you do not worship my God. They're completely separate statements. They are not compatible at all whatsoever. So they're wanting him to compromise, and he does. He compromises too far and lets them pray to the goddesses too, and then he has to wheel that back and claim that he got tricked by Iblis into having a false prophecy. But in reality, he was trying to find a way to make the people accept him. And
So
if
when
he had
Allah,
stuck with the three goddesses, they would have accepted him. But then his original followers really ticked about it, and he couldn't make them swallow it. So he had to say, "Oh, you guys were right. Oh, I just got tricked. Oopsie. But you guys will accept the Allah bit, right? Oh yeah, we like Allah. Let's call our God Allah. That's cool."
So when Allah says, "No, Muhammad's not possessed. You are," but then he allows Muhammad to be possessed by Satan, apparently. What does that mean for our previous verses here?
Yeah.
Tough answer. I think the correct answer, though, is Allah knows best.
Yeah. Allahu alam. There we go. So they desire that, and do not be obeying every mean swearer. And swearer is kind of like the idea someone's being called a swearer if they make oaths habitually, or slanderer going about with calumny. And that this is the only time that this particular word appears. And notice Muhammad's actually doing a better job than he usually does when he gets ticked off, because he usually loses control of the rhyme the angrier he gets, and his verses often get long and the rhyme goes away. But he's managing self-control here, and the rhyme doesn't fall apart. He manages to keep it together. So this is one of the most excellent sections in which Muhammad is ranting against someone, because even though he's just calling names, he is able to keep his rhyme up for once. A preventer of the good, sinful transgressor, cruel, and on top of all of that, a bastard. Yes, they called a man a bastard. This is always mistranslated. It means an illegitimate person. It means a bastard. Allah is calling a guy falsely a bastard. So let's all keep this in mind, that Allah is calling this guy an illegitimate person. Now, we will find out who this is in a second. And some people will defend that. Oh, well, his mom secretly had a sex with someone else and Allah revealed it to Muhammad. Nobody else knew. Yeah, nobody else still knew, because it's not true. So this is another no you. You're a bastard. Your mom is fat. I came and had sex with your mama. That's the kind of stuff that this is. You believe in this guy as if he is anything other than a total fraud. Come on, people. Come on. So, because he was a possessor of wealth, and it's literally sons or children inclusive of at least one male child, because whenever you talk about, you can have a form of a word that if it's masculine, it means you have at least one male in there, so you can't tell whether or not it's all sons or children that include sons. But because he was a possessor of wealth and sons/children, when our verses are recited to him, he says, stories of the ancients. Soon we will brand him on the snout. And again, that's a rude term, being extra rude by saying he has a snout, right? So this guy is, of course, our buddy Al-Nadir, whom we talked about last week, and how he would say, so he got up and he said, "Oh, Quraysh, a situation has arisen which you cannot deal with. Muhammad was a young man, most liked among you, most truthful in speech." And keep in mind that truthfulness in Arab culture just means that you flatter people and you don't say ugly things about powerful people. That's all it means. It does not mean that you speak things that are objectively true. It means that you're a smooth talker and a flatterer. Remember that the Greeks for 1,000 years at this point had called the Muslims, or not the Muslims, the Arabs the most dishonest people in the world, that they were full of lies. So
just so you know, Scarface is in the chat. He says, "Is this the best you got? Is this the best you got? Don't you all believe the earth was made before the sun?" No, that's not taught by the Bible. And maybe your mom told you that's what the Bible teaches, but that's not by the Bible anywhere. Nor is it actually all that certain which came first, scientifically speaking. So good job.
So I just want to ask whether or not he is going to affirm Noon, the whale, and the 7 Earths. 7 Earths, which are mentioned, by the way, 7 heavens, 7 Earths are mentioned in the Quran. Are you going to affirm them or are you going to deny them? Just let us know. Again, he's just like his God. No, you. Me.
I know.
No, you.
You guys are making fun of our whale? You guys believe the Earth was made before the sun?
All right. So again, until and most trustworthy until when you saw gray hairs upon his temple and he brought you your message, you said he was a sorcerer. And remember, this is all reported through Islamic reporters who are talking up Muhammad in here. They're talking up Muhammad. So now they really like this one because it is different than saying that he's possessed by jinn. That's the one that they are really afraid of. And you won't find almost no hadith concern people accusing Muhammad of being possessed by jinn. There's the one like, oh, has your jinn left you, where a woman came up to Muhammad. And Allah responds, no, your Lord has not abandoned you. So Allah identifies himself as a jinn, by the way, in the Quran, in the context of that hadith, or the hadith surrounding it, which is hilarious. But they really like to pretend that no one thought that he was a madman. No one thought that he was jinn possessed. And all these people of great reputation were certain that he wasn't a madman and declared that he was a madman, even though these are all fluff things made up, so that they're adding this to whenever they accuse him of something else, that he is telling tales of the ancients. Then they are asserting that he is also completely sane. You can be insane and also repeat stories that you've heard before. These are not mutually exclusive things, but this is what they make up and insert in the mouths of people, especially all those people who died before Islam took over Mecca.
But Muhammad was illiterate, Mary. He couldn't have been those other things because he was illiterate. Illiterate people cannot be possessed. Illiterate people cannot repeat stories. This is the miracle of Islam. Muhammad was illiterate.
So Ibn Abbas is now a fabricator. Al-Tabari is a fabricator.
There is no whale.
Al-Qurtubi is a fabricator. They're all fabricators.
All the Islamic sources are fabrications.
And I know that you hate your Islamic sources and you hate Muhammad and you hate everything he says and you want to have a fake religion. That's okay. Now, do keep in mind that all of these Tafsir, they completely accept the whale. They accept the whale because the mountains being placed in to keep the earth from moving, you need the whale for that story. It's part of the story. And they all affirm that the earth is moving because of the fish underneath, and you need that in. You needed to have the mountains brought in as pegs to keep the earth from moving. So why don't you do better and stop denying your stupid sources?
Hey, I agree with Scarface. Every source that we quote is fabricated. If we quote the Hadith, it's fabricated. If we quote the Tafsir, it's fabricated. If we quote the Sura, it's fabricated. If we quote the Quran, well, yeah, that's definitely fabricated too. So how dare we quote all of these? How dare we quote all of these fabricated sources?
Yeah.
You think Ibn Abbas wrote a book? Man, you're ignorant.
No, Ibn Abbas did not write a book. In fact, the Tafsir that is attributed to him is fake, but he is...
But he's the chain genius. He's in the Hadith chain genius.
He is the most commonly referred to person in the chain. So I know that Ibn Abbas is a filthy liar. Go ahead and let us know that he's a filthy liar. And that Mujahid is a filthy liar. Just go ahead and say it. Ibn Abbas and Mujahid are filthy liars. And they have no idea what has actually happened.
So what he's going to say next is, you're so stupid that you believe it just because it has a good Hadith chain attached to it? That would be silly.
Yeah.
And I would agree. That would be very silly to believe something just because a good set of names, or supposedly good set of names, is attached to it. But you're a Muslim. You're supposed to believe that the chain is irrefutable proof that it actually came from Muhammad, because it has Ibn Abbas narrating it from Muhammad. Ibn Abbas would not lie. Oh, no, he would definitely not lie about what Muhammad said, nor would any of the people who come after him lie. That's what the Hadith scientists have told us. So
Yep.
thank you. Thank you for saying that your religion is utter nonsense. We agree. You do this every time, right? You show up and you're like, man, you guys are so stupid. You believe our sources.
I know, right?
How dare you
Our
believe our
sources-
sources?
Our
Only a
sources are full
moron
of
would accept our
liars.
sources.
They are all fabricated. They are stupid. They're ridiculous. Only an idiot would believe Islamic sources because they are so stupid. So, there
You
is
read
no
about
science
science of
Hadith.
Hadith? You're
There
out
is
of
no
your
science.
depth.
What
I
is
know that
stuff?
Ibn Abbas is very, very fabricated. Ibn Abbas is the worst Hadith narrator there is. You don't know anything.
He's very unreliable. They're all very unreliable. So let's keep in mind that he thinks it is stupid to believe Islamic sources when the overwhelming majority of Tafsir report this as the main explanation, and that many other things are dependent upon whether or not the whale is named Noon or not. Regardless of the name of the stupid whale, there are many other hadith that depend upon there being a whale under there. But you know what? It's only idiots believe Islamic sources. So go ahead and tell us that only an idiot would believe the Islamic sources because they're so full of lies and stupidity.
And just so you know, I have a master's on Hadith and things.
Yeah, I have the same masters on Hadith and things that he does. There are many. This is a mutawatir Hadith in terms of like the number of chains that are associated with it. There are so many chains. It's not
Scarface,
one chain, you goofball. There's so many chains.
Let me tell you something, right? Maybe you. Okay, first of all, you thought that we were saying that Ibn Abbas wrote a book, so you obviously didn't understand what we were saying in the first place. You were embarrassed by that because that proved to be not what we were saying at all. Now you're saying that we're saying Ibn Abbas is the only name in the whole chain. And no, we didn't say that. We said the whole chain has been graded as Sahih, reliable, by scholars of Hadith. And that there are many such chains, not just one, there are many such chains that talk about your magic little whale that you deny because you are a heretic. Okay? Just so you know, whatever chain you go to and you reject, you'll say, I reject this because of name number 4 on the list. I just picked one arbitrarily. Well, then you're going to reject a whole bunch of other Sahih Hadith at the same time because the chain is not some obvious flaw. It's not like, say, Hafs is in the chain or something like that, where you can say, oh, he's a known fabricator.
Yeah,
no,
you can't
like
take a hadith from Hafs because he's a total fabricator. But you can take Quran from Hafs, who is a total fabricator. That's fine. But don't take hadith.
Yes, right? Because the Quran is protected by Allah, so it doesn't matter if a fabricator repeated it. He still could not have repeated fabrication, you see.
All right. So anyway, here he goes with the nonsense. Again, this particular speech is fabricated to try and make Muhammad good. Some say he was a sorcerer, but he is not, for we have seen such people and their spitting in their knots. You have said a diviner, but we have seen such people in their behavior, and we have seen their rhymes. You said a poet, but he is not a poet, for we have heard all kinds of poetry. You said he is possessed, but he is not, for we have seen the possessed. And he shows no signs of their gasping and whispering and delirium, which is utterly untrue, because what did Muhammad do anytime he got a prophecy? He shook and he made weird noises like a blowing camel. So anyway, ye men of the Quraysh, look to your affairs, for by God, a serious thing has befallen you. Now he was one of the shaitans of the Quraysh. He used to insult the apostle and show him enmity. He had been to Al-Hira, that's over in Persia at the time, Sassanian lands. It was part that was ruled by Arabs. The Lakhmids had previously ruled it. And he learned there the tales of the kings of Persia and the tales of Rustam and Isbandiar. When the apostle held a meeting in which he reminded them of Allah and warned his people of what had happened to the bygone generations as a result of Allah's vengeance, keep in mind that he taught that all cities had been smited and Mecca is the only one that hadn't. That is what he is saying. That if you go about in the land, you will find that all other places have undergone this thing that has happened to them and have evidence of this, of a disaster hitting them. And the places that are still inhabited had people who mostly followed God at that time, basically. And the ruins are from people who were totally destroyed, is what he taught. Look at Sura 6 to learn a lot more about that. When the apostle held a meeting in which he reminded them of Allah, when that happened, Al-Nadr got up, and when he sat down, he said, I can tell a better story than he. Come to me. Then he began to tell them about the kings of Persia, Rustam and Isbandiar, and then he would say, in what respect is Muhammad a better storyteller than I? So Al-Nadr, what he was actually doing was he was meeting the command to bring a surah like it, bring something like it. He's like, I can not only bring something like it, I can bring something better. He is only telling what? The tales of the ancients. So, and this is from Ibn Ishaq. It's just nicely printed here. In spite of this fabricated stuff where he's denying these possessed by Satans, because that's what they love to do. They really want to say that everyone denied that he was possessed by Satans, even though that's one of the most common accusations recorded in the Quran. This is the second time that we've run into it, by the way, and it will not be the last. But we have Al-Nadr who's saying that, look, he's just telling you tales of the ancients, and I can tell you better stories than he can from the legends of Persia. So I can tell you better stories.
I don't know. It would be hard to come up with a better story than the whale carrying around the earth. I do have to give Muhammad some credit. That's a very exciting story that he's teaching. And then Allah, to prevent that whale from causing earthquakes by swimming, as whales do, he puts mountains on the earth, anchors them into the whale's back, and then when the whale moves, it doesn't matter because they're very firm on his back.
Yep.
And I think that this is a far better story than some Zoroastrian myth.
Oh, and by the way, you're going to go in timeout. You are a dhimmi. You have to behave as a dhimmi and feel yourself humiliated. And you're not going to...
Yo, no answer, boy! Who graded the Hadith? Which Hadith? You don't even know what we're talking about, buddy. He said,
we're way over here now. We're way over here. So, okay, so...
Which Hadith do we not know the grade of, buddy?
Given the massive number of chains of narration on the same story, you cannot reject it. There are too many chains. Even if some are incomplete, there are too many chains to reject. It came from many, many, many different people, and there are very small differences in the way it's recited, but the overall story is the same through many different chains. So what does that indicate? That indicates that the overall story is true. All right. So, and by the way, speaking of chains of narration, again, I pointed out that they will attribute things that are contradictory to the same person, and someone will fabricate a chain. An entire sound chain will be fabricated and attached to something if they wanted to claim it to be true. There is no way to tell whether or not a chain is true. Their idea of who is reliable and who is not, by the way, is the basis of why Islamic law regards the time for pregnancy to be 2 years, 4 years, or 7 years. Because very honest and honorable women that the scientific graders of Hadith chains, the same folks who are the jurists who grades the hadith chains and determine whether or not they should include them in the fiqh. They view women as highly honorable and honest who say that they were pregnant for 2 years or 4 years or 7 years. That is the level of reliability of Islamic sources. Again, Islamic sources and the Islamic Isnad chain grading approach results in people declaring that women can be pregnant for years, because that is how well they know what honesty and truthfulness and reliability is. So I honestly do not care what any chain is graded, nor should you if you are a sane person. Only an idiot would think that there is anything to this chain grading nonsense. There's indications that someone actually said this when there are many, many different chains, because you don't necessarily need to fabricate a chain if the chain already exists, especially if it's already a decent chain. Why would you have to fabricate a different one? But that doesn't mean that the overall approach is at all reliable. Nope. You are...
I already put him in timeout.
Okay.
He won't tell me which hadith because he doesn't know any of them. He literally thought you were talking about the fabricated Tafsir of Ibn Abbas. That's literally what he thought you were talking about. Or the Tafsir falsely attributed to Ibn Abbas, I should say. I suppose the Tafsir itself isn't fabricated. I mean, it is someone's commentary on something, but it's not from Ibn Abbas. He literally thought that's what you were talking about. And now, instead of giving us which of the many, many hadith that you cited is supposedly fabricated, he says, you tell me, because he doesn't actually know what any source is. And yet he knows that they are graded as fabricated by the hadith scientists. How could you know that if you don't even know what the hadith is? Good question. Good question. All right. Free the whale. It's been burdened with mountains for all these years by Allah.
Yep.
So before you go on to the parable, let me just bring up a couple comments on the whale here.
And I have a question for Scarface when he comes back.
Mm-hmm.
So, what liver will be the first thing eaten in paradise?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say in Arabic?
So when you
what
come
does
back,
it say in Arabic, the first thing eaten would be? What is it called?
So Scarface, when you come back, you have two options. You can name which specific hadith is graded as fabricated, or you can answer Mary's question. Anything else will result in an immediate timeout. And I know you're listening, so I know you heard that, and I know you're going to ignore it and say something else anyway. So Tony says, when you live in a dry desert, you do think a lot about whales. This is the miracle that Muhammad, who was in the desert, he had no idea what water even was, yet he somehow knew about whales, and he knew that the earth is carried by a whale. How could you doubt this? Muhammad had never seen water in his life, and he knew about whales. Come on, people. This is the miracle of Islam.
There we go. Why not?
I mean, that's basically what they say when they do the scientific miracles things. They're like, how could a person in a desert know that water existed? Yet Muhammad said that the water came down from the sky.
Yep. And just keep in mind, by the way, that it even made Al-Kafi, which is a hadith collection. And this one is, in fact, attributed to Saleh, who was a freed slave originally of Salama, I believe. I think that's who that was. No, that's someone else. I can't remember who Saleh was freed from, but anyway.
And so one other serious comment before you go on here. I have some other comments I'll read later that are only tangentially related, but this one I think is important. from Rachel here. Most of the random collections of letters have something to do with writing on the wall in the Bible. Sorry if you guys already referenced that. I just got my little monkey to sleep. So Rachel was late. She didn't hear about the letters, but no, Mary did not actually propose that theory. And so what would your comments be on it, Mary?
I haven't heard that one. There we go. And I'm looking at it really quickly. Oh, here we go. No, I don't see anything with Mene Tekel Parson being related to that. I haven't heard it before. And I can't find anything. I can't find anything with a quick search.
So we'll do some research on that maybe, but we don't find it plausible at this time. Marianne says, here's the proof that the Hadith is true. If Nun the whale isn't holding up the seven earths, we would sink down and drown in the, she said Nun's swimming pool, but I'll just say in the water that is obviously below the earth. So who is holding up the earth if it is not a whale? I bet you didn't think of that one.
So
we've never sunk,
yeah.
Mary. How dare you deny the truth of this obvious proof of Islam?
Here is a version of the Hadith, a version that is graded specifically, this one is graded Sahih, from Ibn Abbas, who said, the first thing Allah created was the pen. He told it right. It wrote what will happen until the hour, and then he created the noon above water, and he pressed the earth on it. So that is explicitly graded as Sahih.
I expect an apology from you. I won't get one, but I still expect one.
Yep.
Because you'll just say, oh,
and here's the
thing.
At
that. Look at that. My prophecy just came true. I said, I know he's listening. I know that he hears me, and he'll say something else anyway. And despite me telling him that, he still just said some other random thing that has nothing to do with anything.
So again, he must apologize. He must admit it's true because he has submitted himself to Hadith science. It is graded Sahih. And so he must confess that it is true.
And I would also like to know where the Bible says a whale is a fish. I mean, I assume he's referring to Jonah, but the Bible literally...
But it doesn't say a whale is a fish. It just says a fish. In addition, by the way, this stupid book says that the noon is a whale and a fish. It calls the noon a fish, and it calls the moon a whale in various places, which is why I just have been talking about it as a whale. Now, if you will leave it, if you think that a person should leave a religion because it calls a whale a fish, and by the way, please tell me taxonomically what a fish is. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
what group of creatures, what taxonomic group is it? Kingdom, what is it? Kingdom, class, phylum, genus, species, like family, what level of that? What level of the taxonomic key under which includes all fish? Please let us know where fish is in that classification.
For those in informal language,
stupid, just so that
informal
you know,
language, someone can call a whale a fish. It's not
well,
actually.
Just so you know, fish has no taxonomic meaning. It includes a whole bunch of different creatures, like what we would call a fish today that we eat. I'm excluding shellfish. Just the whole group of creatures that we call fish. They are not a group except in terms of biological sciences. They are a group in a linguistic sense. And in a linguistic sense, you can include whales in there too if you want to. There's something that swims, and warm-blooded or cold-blooded, if you're not worried about whether or not they breathe water or air, if you're worried about how they propel themselves and where they live, you'd go, yeah, that's fish. And that's what ancient people did, including all of the people in the Tafsir. They use the word fish, hoot, sometimes, and sometimes they use the word specifically for whale to talk about the same being. So if you think that's a reason to leave, you need to leave. And Scarface, you must come back and say that you accept this because it's Sahih There's a sahih narration, and therefore you accept it and you will follow it and you believe it. All right, now.
So real quick, Mary, before you go on, a fish is an organism that reproduces by fission. I think that is an accurate statement. And this non-joke comment, just to clarify, if you're talking about clades, mammals can be considered fish, and that is actually 100% true.
Yeah. And thank you, clade. That is the word that I was looking for. Yeah. I couldn't remember what that term was for a taxonomic level. It's been a while.
well, no. Clade isn't it's not part of the king phylum class. So under the cladist theory of how to divide animals up, an animal and all of its descendants, an animal and all of its descendants are in the same clade.
Well, a clade is considered a phylogenetic.
Which then, so then cladists would say that all, so cladists would say that all taxonomic levels should be based on clades.
Yes. But if you say that they shouldn't be based on clades, if you deny that they should be based on even clades, then you can still put, if it's only going to be your grammatical or your cultural association, you could make a whale a fish in that sense too. If you go back phylogenetically, then yes, mammals would be under that common ancestor by evolutionary theory. The only common ancestor that would include everything that we call fish that we eat. And again, I'm excluding shellfish. I'm excluding things like squid, right? The cephalopods are off on their own thing. Then that would also include a common ancestor of mammals according to evolutionary theory, which is what he is trying to appeal to.
And again, the Bible doesn't actually say anything about whales being fish to begin with, so this is all completely pointless. While the source you're quoting literally says the whale, the fish, right?
Yep. And yeah, Hike, according to the way people spoke at that time, anything that swims is a fish, and that would be fine because they did not talk about taxonomic. They had no idea of taxonomic. That's not how they classified things. They classified things according to their behavior and where they lived. So anyway, moving on to the supposed parable of the companions of the garden. And I will show here how completely idiotic Islamic parables are, and that they are not parables. We have to understand what a parable is, and we have to understand what we have to understand what this passage actually is to understand whether or not it is a parable. So let's actually just quickly go through it. It's just a story. There's no reason to dwell on it and for any great length of time. So we'll just go quickly through however many verses it says, 15-ish. So, indeed, we have tried them, even as we have tried the companions of the garden. That means tried the guilty people, right? Even as we tried the companions of the garden when they swore surely they would pluck it, certainly in the morning. So pluck it like to pluck and harvest, to pick it. They're going to pick their garden in the morning. And they did not make exception. Now, this is particularly hilarious because why are they guilty? Because they said, I will do this, and I did not say, if Allah wills. Now, did Muhammad use the words, if Allah wills, for the first 10 years of teaching Islam? When is the first time that he said, if Allah wills?
I do not know.
It's Surah Al-Kahf. Remember, supposedly he didn't get one of the answers about Dhul Qarnayn. He couldn't answer about Dhul Qarnayn because he did not say the phrase, if Allah wills. He had never said it before. But that is when it was revealed to him that he should always say, if Allah wills, inshallah, inshallah. If he doesn't say inshallah, he'll be in trouble. So Muhammad himself had not said, if Allah wills, up until the point where he couldn't give the answer about Dhul Qarnayn because he was deciding on what to make up and whether or not he should make this guy a good Muslim or not.
So just to clarify, when you say Muhammad hadn't said, you actually mean the Quran hadn't said, right? because that's not Muhammad's speech, Mary. That's Allah's speech. So Allah had not said it.
Yeah, well,
about
Allah,
himself.
that's where it says that you didn't get the message because you had not said, if Allah wills. And that is the first time where that is any kind of requirement or any kind of request. Or
Right,
any kind
right.
of
So
standard.
what I'm saying is, in all the parts of the Quran revealed before that, Allah forgets that fact himself.
Correct. So this is the first time that anyone is supposed to have said that. And Muhammad just stumbles into it accidentally, not saying it at a time when Allah says that he should, and then Allah decides that he should say it at that moment. So Muhammad isn't defying something that Allah had already told him. He said something and then that ticked off Allah, so Allah doesn't tell him the answer, supposedly. So
Supposedly.
Surah Al-Kahf.
Just coincidentally, when the Kafirs are challenging him on a
Right,
question
just
that he doesn't know the
coincidentally.
answer to.
Coincidentally. So now these folks did not make exceptions. So they did not say, they swear that they're going to pluck in the morning, and they did not say, inshallah. In what universe should these folks know that they should say inshallah? When did this happen? Why should they know? Who are these people? Right? But somehow they're guilty now because they did not say inshallah. So because of this, a visitation from thy Lord visited it. Again, excellent literature from the Quran. A visitation from thy Lord visited it. Very excellent phraseology here. It's usually concealed because it's so stupid. While they were sleeping. So it became as if plucked. So Allah, a visitation from Allah. So what is Allah doing? He is doing what to it? He is visiting it. What does that mean? He's there in the garden. It doesn't say a power from Allah or Allah declared something. No, Allah came and visited. He didn't actually pluck it himself with his hands, but it became as if plucked. And the became is kind of translated differently in some places because it's from the same root as morning. Like it dawned in such a way that it was plucked. So at dawn, you could kind of see that it might also mean that it became in the dawn as plucked. But the ordinary meaning of this word is just became. Like it dawned on me. Like I realized dawning at becoming kind of thing. So it's a poetic meaning of the word. So sometimes you'll see it translated as morning, but really it just means became. But you could associate with morning because he made a promise in the morning. So it would
yeah. So does it have like the same idiomatic form of English where it kind of, where, you know, it is legitimate to translate it as dawn, or are they playing word games here?
I think that it is, well, it's because it's from the same root. Like, just like if you use something as a different, it's from the same root. So people would see it and would recognize the word morning inside of it.
Okay, so it does kind of have the same.
So it could, but it also is the completely ordinary sense of the word more, or became. Like it's over and over and over again in the Quran.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you say it dawned on me, no one in English, no English speaker would have any confusion about what that meant, right?
Yeah, but
so
if it said,
I was just asking, whether it was a word game. Like
I don't think it is. I think it's taken that way by some of the translators, but I think it's just the ordinary word morning or became. But I think it's taken that way by a few of the translators. Anyway, so they called to one another in the morning, go forth and early to your tillage if you would pluck. And this is kind of a slightly odd word to me because I'm thinking, are gardens that are harvested by plucking, are they often tilled? So what kind of things would you harvest via plucking, by picking? Like berries, fruit, maybe mustard seeds? But how many of those would you have in a tillage, something that was plowed? Not hoed, but like plowed. Like now we have
it could be a description of wheat though, couldn't it? Because you can pluck wheat.
No, it's like plucking is in you're picking something to harvest it. It's a picking harvesting rather than a reaping harvesting. So it is about plucking a fruit typically. But if it's fruit, it's absolutely not tillage. It's an orchard or something, right? It's like Muhammad doesn't quite know what terms to use. That's okay. He also calls a mustard a grain instead of a seed. And I know we have the word whole grain mustard, but that's just it's still a seed. It's not a grain, and it's used
So
here.
Andrew suggested cucumbers. What about or tomatoes or eggplant or
Well,
something like that?
They didn't have tomatoes or eggplant. It could have possibly been a cucumber lot, but most likely that would be hoed and even not plowed with a plow.
Well, yeah, cucumbers specifically, they're planted in mounds. You put a bunch of seeds together, you don't till a cucumber for sure.
So yeah, it's just kind of odd. Even things like melons. I could see a melon field being plowed sometimes, but this is not a field, it's a garden. It's called tillage here. It's called a field, a tilled field here. But before it was like a garden, which is typically not a tilled field. But anyway, it's just an odd terminology, and I wonder if it is another weird kind of Muhammad not knowing much about agriculture.
However, John has a good point here.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a scramble for picking ripe watermelons. I'll let people draw their own conclusion on that.
Although they were kind of disappointing at this time. Look at old pictures of watermelons from centuries ago, and it's very sad. Anyway, so they departed while they whispered. So they're whispering to one another as they're departing, that no needy man shall enter it today upon you. So and this again is usually mistranslated, so it sounds less awkward. It's indirect speech, but then no needy man shall enter it today upon you guys instead of us, or it's just odd phraseology. But basically, we're not going to let any poor people in, as they're whispering. We won't let them have any of this. So that gives another reason, even though the reason was already given, that they did not make exception, that they did not say, if Allah wills. That's why Allah came and took away their food as if it had been plucked, right? And they went forth early with able determination. Then, and the Arabic is here is fa, so I just recorded it so you know it's not thumma. Then when they saw it, they said, indeed, surely we are gone astray. Then, nay, we are deprived. And this is so stupid, because if you get to your garden and you see that it has been plucked clean, would any sane person go, wow, Allah came in the night and caused it to be as if it were plucked? And yet he says, indeed, surely we are gone astray. They immediately know Allah has done it. And then and then not only that, but they say that, oh, it's our fault, is their first response. So they know it's Allah and they blame themselves initially. And then they go, no, it's not our fault. We were deprived. So Allah still did it, but we were deprived of what is our due.
So let me get this straight.
Uh-huh.
They wake up, they look at their field, and all their fruit's gone.
Yes.
And their natural conclusion is, our God is a thief. He probably stole it.
Apparently, but no. The first one is that, oh, we've gone astray. We've stopped following the law correctly.
Right. He probably stole it to punish us, I should have said.
And then, nay, we are deprived. Oh, he did something wrong to us. So then it said the moderate one of them, did I not say to you, why not glorify? So supposedly he said we will surely pluck in the morning. And he said, oh, why don't you glorify the God that they worship? And they said, no, we will not. We'll glorify the God that we all worship and acknowledge. We won't do it. So there, neener poo poo. And so then they go, oh, we messed up because we said, no, we hate our own God. We won't glorify him at all. And so now they go, oh, glory be to our Lord. Indeed, we are wrongdoers. Then they advanced on one another, blaming each other. I don't know why they'd all blame each other, because they just agreed that the moderate one had said, why don't you glorify Allah? And the rest of them apparently went, no, we will not glorify Allah. And then they said, oh, woe to us. Indeed, we were transgressors. Oh, no. So terrible. Perhaps our Lord will exchange for us a better thing than it. To our Lord, we turn in preference, like we turn because we prefer him, right? And surely the chastisement of the end is greater did they but know. So if you continue to be in defiant disobedience, then at the end, whenever you're judged, your chastisement will be much greater than merely having your fruits plucked, which apparently they didn't know. This is counterfactual. They did not know that there would be punishment in the hereafter, but they did know all about Allah. They not only knew that, but they knew that they should say inshallah, which Muhammad didn't know for a really long time. So
We're better prophets than Muhammad.
yeah, they were better prophets than Muhammad, but they did not know about the punishment of the end. They absolutely didn't know about it. And this is a parable, guys. This is a parable. So my conclusion is that Quranic parables are stupid. Why? A parable is supposed to set up one group of individuals in place of another specific group who are doing the same sorts of things. It's supposed to be symbolic. These random Arabs who own a garden are still random Arabs. Allah, who took stuff from the garden, is still Allah. They're not standing in for anything. It's not a parable. Quranic parables are just revenge fantasies that a child makes up that didn't happen. Obey Allah or he's going to wreck your stuff, is this one. It also makes no sense. This entire story is stupid. It makes no sense. No one would talk this way. It does not exist in reality. That you would go out, see that all of your fruit has been harvested, and you'd go, oh, God did this. Like, come on, people.
Yeah, so if this was a parable, right, there'd be some other figure that stole it, right? And the parable would be
they stand for one another.
Is that the other thief, whoever that is, stands for Allah's judgment or something, right?
Yeah, like there would be more whatever. But the commentators all also thought that this event really happened somewhere. They're like, oh, this happened in Yemen. So that means it's not a parable at all. Yes, Muhammad actually is trying to imitate biblical parables at this point from Jesus. He has several completely moronic supposed parables, which are just these weird revenge fantasy stories that he makes up where he puts the people he doesn't like and makes them like these other people. Like, Allah's going to get you. But they're still not parables. Now let's compare this to an actual parable and we can see how things stand in place of
Before
each
you
other.
do that, I have to point out that Prophet Andrew Martin predicted that you would call this a revenge fantasy by Muhammad before you actually did.
Did he? Very nice. Very nice. That's hilarious. All right. And could you read this for me while I go, if you can see it?
Yeah, I can try. It's a little small,
right,
but
I'll be
I
right
think
back.
I can make it out.
Okay.
The parable of the workers in the vineyard. For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and sent them into his vineyard. About 9 in the morning, he went out and saw others standing in the marketplace doing nothing. He told them, you also go and work in my vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right. So they went. He went out again about noon and about 3 in the afternoon and did the same thing. About 5 in the afternoon, he went out and found others still standing round. He asked them, why have you been standing here all day long doing nothing? And that's where Mary's slide ends. And since I don't have my Bible open here, I can't just continue on with the parable. I could paraphrase it from memory, but I couldn't quote it from memory.
Sorry, there's the rest of it.
Because no one has hired us, they answered. He said to them, you also go and work in my vineyard. When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, call the workers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last ones hired and going to the first. The workers who were hired about 5 in the afternoon came and each received a denarius. So when they came, those who were hired first, they expected to receive more, but each one of them received a denarius. When they received it, they began to grumble against the landowner. Those who were hired last worked only 1 hour, they said, and you made them equal to us who have been borne the burden of the work in the heat of the day. But he answered one of them, I'm not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I will give the one who is hired last the same as I gave you. Don't I have the right to do with what I want with my own money? Are you being envious because I am generous? So the last will be first, and the first will be last.
Okay, and in this one, this is a story for a very specific purpose to illustrate a very specific point. Okay? The owner represents who? The
That would
landowner
represent God.
represents God. And the various people, the first group represents the Jews as a group, as a nation. This is about nations. And the Jews were chosen first through Abraham, as Abraham was chosen, and then Moses and everyone else. And then the workers hired later are later believers in Christ at various times. So a lot of Greeks and Romans and Greeks, people in the Roman Empire who spoke Greek, converted afterwards. And after that, much later, you will have sub-Saharan Africans all the way in South Africa converting, right? Even though, the Ethiopians converted long before, but you'd have different people at different times coming in. And they all received the same reward, meaning that they all received entrance to heaven, that they're all getting that same reward as a group. Now, this is not an exhaustive view of every type of reward and everything else. This is a specific story for a specific purpose, illustrating specific things. That this is how the different peoples will come in. The last will be first and the first will be last. So some of the last people who are converted will be, here they're first in line to get their rewards, right? But will in some way end up ahead of a lot of those who belong to the Jewish nation. Some of whom won't get into heaven at all, right? And so this is what is being told, that this is a story of the ingathering of the nations. It didn't really happen. Every figure here stands for someone else. There's not this, and then God struck some people down or something nonsensical like that. It isn't just a story. It's to teach a particular point, and it is a narrative that didn't actually happen that is abstracted into a principle. So Jesus thought, good question. So the same reward here means entrance to heaven. So the people who, and this was about nations. It is about Israel. It's not about individuals. This is not about individuals. It's about nations. He's talking to the Jews about how later nations will also get into heaven, even though, the Old Testament came only to the Jews, yet these later nations will get into heaven. Now, if you want to go to individuals, then you would say that Jesus will allow into heaven someone who was in the ministry for only 1 year in their life, and they will also allow into heaven someone who has worked his entire life for Christ. In that this is about entrance to heaven. This is not about different levels of reward. This is just about the final reward, the promise of heaven itself. Again, you can't abstract it beyond what Jesus is trying to teach in this particular verse, because every detail of everything won't be, but the other people weren't just hanging out in the market. They were living their own lives. Like, you can't go beyond what the text is doing, what the point of the story is.
All right. Well, I cannot comment on which application would be more appropriate because I have not studied the passage in careful depth. But the principle in either case would actually be the same, that the reward is all you would want. So how dare you claim that you want a better reward, right?
Right. And some of it is kind of, and a lot of Christian pastors teach it wrong because we're so individualistic in America, because we're so individualistic that we just put individualism on everything, when a lot of times Jesus is speaking, sometimes he is speaking about individuals, like the sowing of the seeds, the parable of the sower. It's absolutely about individuals. But, a lot of his parables are about nations and folks like that. And is about the coming condemnation of the Jews who do not accept Christ. And the reasons that they will be condemned. They'll be condemned because they're just mad that other people are going to be let in to heaven, and how dare God let these other people into heaven, given that their ancestors back from Abraham were following God. So how dare he allow in other people who haven't been following God for that long?
Yes,
So.
I think that your point is quite clear. Like you said, I'm not commenting one way or the other because I have not personally studied it for that particular question. Certainly, I've studied the passage, but not for that particular question. So I have no opinion on it. The real point, though, was this is what a parable looks like, right? That you have a obviously fictional story with obviously symbolic characters to teach a broader message. Whereas Muhammad just like tells a story about Allah getting revenge on people or whatever, which is not a parable.
All right. So we're nearly at the end now, and it gets really funny here because next Allah teaches you that if you have a book, you don't need Allah or you don't need Muhammad. You either need Muhammad or a book. So
not the book and the man?
You don't need the book and the man. You just need the book or the man. Indeed, for the wary, that means the wary, those who guard against Allah, shall be the gardens of delight with their Lord. When we treat the surrendered ones, which is the source for the word Muslims, but had a specialized meaning that only came in gradually, then will we treat the surrendered ones like the criminals? Oh, and another very important point. I forgot to mention that. So where is the... Oh no, that route is later. Okay, I haven't gotten there yet. Sorry about that. So
Allah has confused Mary.
Yes,
she thought her point was earlier, but it's actually later.
It is later.
The proof.
I only have 2 slides left. So
another miracle of Allah. There's only 2 slides left.
I know, right? What do you have? And literally, this is what is for you, and throughout the literal sense of you have is for you, but the meaning of it is what do you have. So I'm going to use what you have in English. I'm going to use what you have throughout so that it actually makes sense. So what do you have? How do you judge? So he's asking the people around them. For the wary, there will be gardens of delight. And notice that this is supposed to be Jinnah, but it's plural. It's gardens. It's not garden. It's not the garden. It is gardens of delight, because Muhammad doesn't yet know that, like, it's referring to a specific place as the garden, not paradise. By the way, for those who don't know, and some, I was watching something earlier by Saint Murad, and I don't think he knows that the meaning of paradise is like a walled garden. And so when paradise is referenced in, and it's from Persian, and when it's referenced in the Bible, it's a reference to the garden. It does mean a garden still, but it came to have the meaning of heavenly paradise in the way Jews were using this borrowed word. So the fact that Muhammad doesn't realize that gardens that it is a garden, a particular place, the paradise, and instead uses a plural form is pretty interesting. And this is the second time that he's referred to it, and it's plural in both of them. So it is later that he figures out that it should be singular. But anyway, for the wary, there shall be gardens of delight with their Lord. And notice, with their Lord. Are they with their Lord in paradise? Are they hanging out with Allah? Is Allah in the gardens?
No. Allah does not visit the garden of paradise.
No. There's one weird hadith about him coming every Friday to flash the people, but he does not dwell among them. He does not dwell among them.
Was that a poor choice of words, or does that mean what it sounds like?
Kind of deliberate, because he pulls off his veil and lets them see his face. It's like, woohoo!
Okay,
like that, woohoo! Are you oppressed? And that makes the men really hot. They're really good looking. And the women somehow get even hotter when they don't see Allah as well.
Well,
so
obviously,
they come back and every Friday they go out, and then they come back and have sex because everybody's so hot from seeing Allah.
So in Exodus, for example, the divine glory descends upon Moses, and there's a certain effect of seeing the glory fading from Moses's face. In Islam, on every Friday in paradise, apparently, the divine glory descends upon people, and the effect is they want to have sex, apparently.
Yes, because they're so hot. All right.
That is the proof of Islam. that Allah causes people to want to have sex, because Islam is all about sex. I mean, let's be honest here.
Andrew Martin,
Everything in
the
it
truth.
gets back to that. Yes, the truth. But since you brought that up, Andrew Martin did mess up his punctuation here, because this should be no you. See? To be consistent with what I think he was going for there.
All right.
You heard it from Mary. Haha is hot.
He makes
Hot.
everybody really hot, because as soon as they see each other again, they get super horny. All right. So he's challenging them. What do you have? How do you judge? What standard do you have of judgment? How dare you pagans criticize Muhammad? What do you have to stand on, essentially? Or have you a book wherein you study? Again, what do you need to have? If you don't want to follow Muhammad, you need to have a book wherein you study. Indeed, for you therein is what you choose. They're asking, like, do you have a book from Allah that says that you should do the things that you want to do, that you chose to do? That's the question. So if you have a book from Allah, then you can follow it. That's completely acceptable. They must follow Muhammad because they do not have a book from Allah.
Yet.
Nor do they have oaths from us. Or have you oaths from us reaching to the day of resurrection? Indeed, you shall have whatever you judge. So, if you're going to be able to judge and follow something, if you have a book, then you can study it.
Who ate the apple?
If you're obeying it, that's good. And then you shall have whatever you judge. I think that, like, by whatever standard you judge. Ask them, which of them will claim responsibility for that, or do they have associates, and let them bring their associates if they are truthful. So are you going to claim responsibility? Will each of you, like, claim that you're the source of authority for judgment? Or do you have your associates, your pagan idolatry that you associate with, and bring them here and let them say that they can stand in front of Allah? But if you have a book from Allah, then you have a standard. You don't need to follow Muhammad because you have the book. The reason why they have to follow Muhammad is because they don't have a book. Again, you Quraysh, you must follow Muhammad because you have no book from Allah. And the stuff you are doing, you are not doing it because of the book that you have from Allah. The conclusion of this argument is, if you did have a book from Allah, then you can follow it and you would be correct and you would have something to stand on and you would be right. So, and then here is nearly the end, which is hilarious. So remember that Muhammad supposedly went up to a slave and said that, asked him, like, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Nineveh. And he said, oh, you are from where Jonah, you are from Jonah's people, as if Jonah were a Ninevite. That is what Muhammad teaches, that Jonah is a Ninevite because he is a prophet, and prophets are sent only to whom? Thaddeus, are prophets sent to foreigners in Islam?
I mean, if you're talking about biblically.
In Islam.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? Because in theory, every people got their own prophet.
Yes, but according to Islam, according to the Quran.
Oh, well, they got a prophet from their own people, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I thought you meant
Jonah,
like, okay, yep.
No. If Jonah went to warn the people of Nineveh, where is Jonah from? According
Nineveh,
to Islamic theology, he's from Nineveh. So Muhammad, being a moron, supposedly goes over to this guy and goes, you are from the people of Jonah. And the kid, being a slave, goes, yeah, sure. I believe in your God. Can you get me out of here? I don't want to be a slave anymore. But in reality, he seems to have discovered the name of Jonah through talking to people. Because the first time he mentions Jonah, he doesn't know the dude's name. He doesn't know who he is. He is the companion of the fish. That is what he is called. Oh, wait. Hang on here. Is Jonah swallowed by a whale or by a fish? because if he's swallowed by a whale, then you guys are calling him a fish here. Just so you know. But that aside, he is being called the companion of the fish. So, be thou patient for the wisdom of thy Lord, and do not be like the companion of the fish when he was called out while he was suppressed. And that word suppressed, it may be literally suppressed and restrained, maybe something like choking. So it may be something like he was calling out while he's like drowning or something, may be the connotation, possibly, like some allusion to that in the text, but it just may be figuratively that he was in distress. It's really hard to tell whether or not there's that angle to it, but it's possible. Yes, he is the fish's mate, the companion of the fish.
Oh, I didn't
Like
understand what you
companion, he's
meant
the buddy,
either until
like
you
friend.
that different phrase, all or different precisity of it made me understand what you meant too. I actually didn't understand what you meant when you said fish mate, but then when you
Yeah.
said the fish's mate, like that way you said it there, I'm like, oh,
Like
that's what
friend.
you meant.
Like he's the fish's buddy. He's the companion of the fish. Well, the other folks were the companions of the garden. I guess the garden needs companionship. But anyway, this is the companion of the fish, and he was called out while he was suppressed or just distressed or something. If there had not overtaken him a grace from his Lord, surely he would have been thrown up upon the nakedness while he was disgraced. And that word for disgraced comes from the same word that the word dhimmi comes from. Dhimmi means a disgraced person. Okay, if you're a dhimmi, you are disgraced. Disgraced is dhimmi. Dhimmi is disgraced. Very important for everyone to keep in mind that this is a slur against people. So, and this is often translated as thrown upon the naked beach, but there is no beach there. It's just like nakedness. They're reading beach into it. I'm not sure. Maybe Muhammad didn't know a word for beach, didn't know what that thing was called, didn't have the terminology for it, but whatever. But his Lord chose him, and the word is fa, that is kind of the underneath that, so I just marked it. But his Lord chose him, so he appointed him among the righteous. So Allah chose Jonah and appointed him among the righteous with the grace while he was in the fish. So here you go.
Put that leather strap away, Mary.
And I want you guys just to think about this again. Supposedly he knew the name of Jonah and even Jonah's dad's name, and correctly said that he was from Nineveh when, of course, he was a Jew and was from Israel. Just to be clear.
He wasn't a Ninevite?
He was not a Ninevite, but that would destroy Islamic theology. Islamic theology, just like everything else, destroys Islamic theology. So you have a hadith of this kid agreeing with him that a Christian supposedly going, yeah, Jonah the Ninevite came from our city. Yeah. Come on, guys. Anyway, someone told him the story of Jonah, and eventually told him the name of Jonah. But at this point, he doesn't know the name, so he's just the fish's buddy. So
before you go on there, Rachel says, I can't help it. The chaos of Islam gets me wild. I'm assuming that's the way that's supposed to be read. Proof of Allah's image making you hot.
The companion of the fish. Did the Islamic Jonah make friends with the fish?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a phrase that's often used of someone associated with someone. They're just called the companion of it. So there's the companions of the fire, the companions of the fish, the companions of the garden. There you go. All right. And
the friends of the garden, obviously.
Here is our final slide. And this one is, except I have to go away to a completely different, let's go back. We're going to have to go away to a completely different one to explain this because it's hilarious. Again, this is why I can't decide. What is your favorite surah? Do you have a favorite surah? I can't decide. They're all so awesome. This one is amazing. It's fabulous. So
once again, for the record, Mary calls the Quran amazing and fabulous.
Just peak comedy. Absolutely. So the Quran is nothing but a reminder is the general theme of this, but there's more to this. And indeed, the unbelievers would almost surely make you slip with their eyes when they hear the reminder and they say, indeed, he is surely a jinn-possessed man. So what are they accusing of him? Yeah, being jinn-possessed.
Right.
This is the third time we have this accusation that we have covered. There are more times it's said in the Quran. And it is not but a reminder to the sentient ones. Now, what does it mean that they nearly made you slip? That means slip from paradise. It means sinning kind of thing is where else it's used. But with their eyes, what do you think that means? There's a hint there. What do you think that means?
With their eyes, huh? I mean, it says the
Yeah.
evil eye right there.
Yes,
So
it
obviously
does.
that's what it's going to allude to.
Oh,
My
yeah.
first thought would have been that it was something sexual. However, but before you go to that, go back to the slide because I do actually have a question for you.
Yep. All right.
Before you
And
explain.
again, oh, by the way, it's not but a reminder means that it's nothing new. It's a reminder. It's a reminder of the things that happened before. It's the same as the books that everybody else has, but I'm bringing it to you who does not have a book, because if it had a book, it would agree with me. That's what it's saying. That's what reminder means.
Okay. So obviously you're taking it as the Quran. That would obviously be a normal Islamic way of viewing it. But grammatically, wouldn't the referent be the unbeliever is almost causing you to slip would be the reminder?
Yeah, but you never have an antecedent when the Quran is referenced. Muhammad doesn't seem to have a name for it. It's very odd. This is like the 5th or 6th time that we've had a reference to the Quran with no antecedent, just being it. Like it, this thing that I'm doing. There's never an antecedent. It's just
it's just the it. Maybe that's what we should call the Quran. The it.
Yeah, because that's what it's called. It. Not even this. It's just it. Like this would at least give you a context for what's happening right now. But you don't get that. It's just it. And
yeah, I mean, grammatically, the reminder is the unbelievers causing you to slip.
Yes. And that's the way the Quran's grammar goes. It is this is a repetitive failure and deficiency of the Quran.
Although it says when they hear the reminder, so reminder, right? That's the Quran supposedly, and they say indeed. So then it could be a reminder, and the reminder is not but a reminder.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's always, and I think that's why I think that Muhammad most often called it a reminder.
The reminder is not but a reminder, just so you know. Beautiful poetry, beautiful poetry.
All right.
I think that we're done with Scarface.
You are in timeout because you have to come and apologize. I'm putting you in for just 1 minute. You have to apologize.
Oh, well, I already put him in for 30, so I was going to say, we're
whoops.
done with him. He's had many warnings. Oh, wait, you got to it first, so never mind. He has 1 minute. He can come back and apologize.
Well, mine shows you getting to him first, so we'll see.
Mine says Mary deleted this message.
Oh,
so
nice. So, oh yeah, it does say deleted, but I think it might. We'll find out. We'll find out whether or not he comes back. So, let's.
Yeah, and I will actually address his comment because it's incredibly stupid.
Oh,
but I will do that properly. I'll do that properly after we finish with the Quran.
Yep. So, let me bring that up. Sorry, reshare the correct thing. So let's talk about Let's talk about the science of the Quran and how it kept people from ascribing things like witchcraft to people and burning witches. It would keep them from doing that, all right? Yeah. The effect of the evil eye is real, and this ayah is proof that the effect of the evil eye and its affliction by the command of Allah is what? Real. Many hadiths have been reported concerning this through numerous routes of transmission. The hadith of Buraida, etc., recorded from different Buraida that the Messenger of Allah said, there is no ruqya except to cure the evil eye and its sting. So the only magic that you should use is for curing the evil eye and its sting. This is how Ibn Majah reports the hadith. Imam Muslim also recorded this hadith in his Sahih. on the authority of Buraida himself, but he did not attribute to the Prophet. There's a story concerning this incident, as reported by Buraida and Sahih Muslim, and At-Tirmidhi recorded the hadith in this manner, like Muslim's version. This hadith has also been reported by Al-Bukhari, Abu Dawood, At-Tirmidhi, on the authority of Imran ibn Hussein. However, he did not attribute to the Prophet. His wording is, there is no ruqya except to cure the evil eye and its sting. Muslim recorded in his Sahih from Ibn Abbas that the Prophet said, the evil eye is real. Well, I didn't want you to just apologize. I wanted you to tell me that you accept the Sahih narration is true. Are Sahih narrations true? Because you said that if it's Sahih, you would accept it. And I showed you a Sahih, or read out a Sahih.
Well, see, we're allowed to read whatever context we want into this. So I'm reading this as Scarface saying, I apologize that I lied and pretended to know stuff I didn't know. I now acknowledge the truth that none is, in fact, legitimately Islamic. That is what this comment means, because we can read in whatever context we want. And that's the context of how he was supposed to apologize. So that's pretty legitimate, I would say.
So, from Ibn Abbas, that the Prophet said, this is going back to Muhammad, the evil eye is real. If anything were to overtake the divine decree and change it, then it would be the evil eye. So it's so powerful that if anything were to be able to overcome al-qadr, or al-amr, actually, the decree, but then it would be the evil eye. That's how strong it is. And if you perform ghusl to remove the evil eye, then wash well. Muslim was alone in recording this hadith, as Al-Bukhari did not mention it. Is reporting for Ibn Abbas that he said the Messenger of Allah used to invoke Allah's protection for Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein by saying, I seek protection for you two by the perfect words of Allah from every shaitan and dangerous creature and from every eye that is evil. Then he would say, thus did Ibrahim used to seek permission for Ishaq and Ismail, his sons. This hadith was recorded by Al-Bukhari and the Sunan compilers. The hadith of Abu Umama, Asad, etc. Ibn Majah reported from them that Amir passed by Sahal while he was bathing, and he said, I haven't seen the skin of a beautiful virgin girl nicer than this, what I see today, commenting on how nice Sahal's skin was. So he did not leave before Sahal, fell down on the ground. So he was brought to the Messenger of Allah, and it was said to him that Sahal had been afflicted by a seizure. The Prophet then said, who do you blame or hold responsible for this? The people replied, Amir ibn Rabia. Then the Prophet said, would one of you knowingly kill his brother if one of you sees something of his brother that he likes? Then let him supplicate for blessings for him. So let me explain what's happening here. So the evil eye in the context of Middle Eastern culture is considered to be something that arises from jealousy or even admiration. So if you look at someone and go, wow, that's really attractive, even though you don't have a nasty thought, you have placed the evil eye on them. So there is, like, people get really upset if you go, oh my goodness, your child is beautiful. You have just put the evil eye on that child. So that's why he's saying that if one of you sees something of his brother that he likes, then you need to supplicate for blessings for him, because otherwise you may put the evil eye on him. Then the Prophet called for some water and commanded Amr to perform wudu with the water, so he washed his face, etc., etc. Commanded him to pour the water over Sahal. What happened to... Oh, it's back again. Okay. Sufyan said that Mahmar related from Azuri that he said the Prophet ordered him to turn the water pot over Sahal from behind him, and he turned the pot over, pouring its contents over him from behind him. So that's what's happening. You're getting rid of the evil eye caused by your admiration, because the admiration might have a tiny bit of envy in it, even if it's not voluntary, and that is an evil eye. So Ibn Majah recorded that Abu Sa'id Al-Khudri said, the messenger of Allah, you seek refuge from the evil eye of the jinns and the evil eye of the humans. So you need both evil eyes. Then, when this was revealed, he used them for seeking protection and abandoned everything else. So he used different terminology after a specific spell, essentially, and stopped saying his old chant. And this was recorded as Hassan. Another said that Jibril came to the Prophet and said, "O Muhammad, are you suffering from any ailment?" And he said, "Yes." Then Jibril said, "In the name of Allah, I pray over you for healing, ruqaya, from everything that bothers you, from the evil of every soul and the evil of every eye that hates you, and every evil eye that hates you. May Allah cure you," etc., etc. All the compilers who recorded that. In the name of Allah, pray over you for healing from everything that bothers you, from every envious person and evil eye. May Allah cure you. And then another version of the same. It just keeps going on and on and on. It recorded from Aisha that the Messenger of Allah ordered her to have a ruqya performed as a cure against the evil eye. There's some even
How
more.
dare you quote fabricated sources, Mary?
Yeah. All these evil sources from Ibn Majah, Ibn Bukhari, right? And then we have more and more and more. These are mostly being repeated in different forms quoted from different things. So,
and the Surah is the proof that the evil eye is real.
Yes. So I just wanted to make sure that we all know that the Quran, to be a Muslim, you need to accept what Muhammad teaches. And what does Muhammad teach? That the evil eye is real. If you deny the evil eye, you're denying things that Muhammad taught. Shame on you. You are no longer Muslim.
So I'm going to get to Scarface's comment here in just a second, which actually looks like I have to re-find because I thought I'd bookmarked it, but I didn't. But no problem. Just give me 1 second on that. Let's see. I'll go ahead and do this first. By the way, Jesus says a whale swallowed Jonah. So the fish is a whale according to the Bible, unless you're calling Jesus a liar. I'm sure Mary wants to do this, but too bad I'm doing it.
Go for it.
she's just going to have to sit there and listen for a change instead of do all the talking. So he didn't give a reference, like he criticized us for only reading something and not giving the reference, but we'll ignore that. I assume that he's talking about Matthew 12, 42, 43, whichever one is the fish word. Oh, 40 is where the fish word. Okay, so Jesus says, an evil and adulterous generation seeks for a sign, but no sign will be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great fish, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. No doubt there is some translation that is going to say great fish means whale. The problem he's going to have is that same translation is probably going to translate Jonah the same way. And I'll show you exactly why. So great fish here, right? This isn't written in English. It's written in Koine Greek. The word is katos. Yeah, the Logos lexicon is translating it as giant sea animal, i.e. a generic term, not referring specifically to the class of creature known as a whale, but let's not take their word for it. Let's go to BDAG here, the most widely used academic, not like Christian devotional, but academic lexicon of Koine Greek. Their one-word gloss is sea monster. Fine. And then they give some references, including Matthew 12:40, right? That is where it occurs in the New Testament. Now, what else did they say here? Of Jonah's fish. And then they give the Greek, and they say, as found in Jonah 2:1. So what you're telling me is that by using the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew word found in Jonah 2:1, Jesus is making a different claim than what Jonah 2:1 does. You either have to say that Jonah means whale and Jesus means whale, or that Jonah means giant fish and Jesus means giant fish, because the Greek version of Jonah uses the exact same term as Jesus does. So what you're telling me is because you wrote almost certainly two different English translations, one for the Old Testament, one for the New, and they used a different word, therefore Jesus said something different. Not accurate, right? And then also Third Maccabees and Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews also used the same Greek term when describing the fish of Jonah. So unless everyone who's describing the fish or whale or sea creature of Jonah is somehow accidentally using the only Greek equivalent term incorrectly, you don't have anything. You have literally nothing. This is your evidence. Whereas in the Arabic, in that Mary read, it uses two different words to describe the same creature, one of which is translated fish and one is translated as whale. This is the level of argument that our Muslim friends have to offer.
Let me handle the Arabic portion of this. Oh, first, let me handle the English portion of this. Let's find out what it meant. Because he's like, oh, but in the KJV, which was written in 1611, they chose to translate as whale. All right, Middle English whale.
So Scarface, does the King James translate? How does it translate Jonah? Let me know.
You are completely stupid. So, Scarface, I know you're an idiot.
What I don't
Try this for a moment. I know you're very stupid, but try this for a moment. Words change meaning over time.
Oh my gosh.
Okay?
No way.
Know, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, what is this word in West Frisian, by the way? Walfisk. Literally whale fish. Now, why would that be? It's actually from Proto-Indo-European sheet fish. So the word comes from a root meaning that has a compound meaning of a type of fish. So our word whale originates from an original word that was a compound word meaning a certain type of fish. Okay? Compare Latin squalus, which means what? Just a big sea fish, which referred to whales and whatever other things. All right. Avestan, what is this? Cara, a kind of fish. What's that? It's weird. It's almost like it has multiple meanings, and the origins have multiple meanings. Now, what are the meanings of it currently? A whale or cetacean. Rare, an oceanic monster. Wait, what? An oceanic monster. Any really big sea creature.
Oh, you mean exactly what the academic lexicon gave us the single word glass?
No, Scarface. In the 16th and then the 17th century, in the 1600s, it meant both a specific, what we would call a whale now, but it also meant any oceanic monster. There be whales was not referring to sperm whales. It was referring to oceanic monsters, any really big sea creature. Now, here's an issue. Whale is not actually a taxonomic category either, because they're all cetaceans.
Semantics. A whale is a whale.
Oh, you're so stupid, sweetheart. I'm sorry. You are just incredibly stupid. So cetaceans are technically, and different whales fall under different classes of cetaceans. So you might call something a cetacean or a whale, but it might be within the different branches of the order of cetaceans, not all in the same branch. So whales are not all even now, whale is not a category, is not a clade-based category. Even now with our narrowing of terms, even now with wanting to call things more
Mary,
biology
how
based
dare you
rather
go
than
to a
living
text
based.
written in the
So,
16th century and look
and
at how a word was used in the 16th century to understand what that text means? That's just
I
playing
know.
games.
It's just, he's so stupid. So now let's look at the Arabic. All right. So who is he? Is he the companion of the whale here? And this source, does it say whale?
Nope.
Thaddeus, does that say
Nope.
whale?
According to the corpus gloss of the word, it is fish.
It is fish. Ooh, interesting. Let's go over here, and according to this corpus gloss, what happens? What is it? What is it? It's fish. Fish, 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 fish.
Fish, fish, fish,
And
fish,
in
fish.
cases, and in some cases, it cannot be whale. Whoops. When fish came to them openly on their Sabbath day, is this a huge animal? No, they're small fish. They can't be whales.
Mm-hmm.
So they forgot the fish, and it took its course into the sea, slipping away. So this is whenever we have the story of Moses and his buddy, his servant boy, and he had a fish in his hands, which he puts in the water, and it slips away. Does he have a whale in the water? Yes or no? So
yes. Oh wait, no.
It's a borrowed word. So Scarface, I know you're very stupid, but I'm going to ask you again. Did the
Maybe you should
servant
have waited
of
till we got to
Moses
the end
carry
of the
a
argument.
whale?
Genius.
Did the servant of Moses carry a whale with him?
No, so his claim is that it's going to be fish, 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 fish every single time.
Well, no,
And
he's
never
saying that
means whale.
samak is the Arabic word for fish. Hoot is a borrowed word. It's not even Arabic, but it means fish sometimes.
Wait, so this genius, I thought he was actually trying to make an argument that makes sense. He's actually going to the word that the corpus is translated as fish every single time and telling you that that means whale.
Yes, that it only means whale. So I do want to point out again that there is a fish. Let's see, is this the only place that there is that? And I knew it would be there. I had not even noticed. Here it is. More of the story of his servant. He said, the servant said, "Did you see when we retired to the rock? Indeed, I forgot there the fish that I accidentally let go in the sea. I forgot it." He's saying that this is a whale, that it has to be a whale that this guy's carrying around.
Yeah, he just accidentally let it go because it's so big, obviously.
Obviously, he had been carrying around the whale in his
pocket,
and he let it go because I guess it was just so big that he had to let it go. He's saying that this can
I mean, when you're carrying around a 100-ton animal, that does get a little exhausting. I think you do let them go.
Now, in modern Arabic, because it is a very rare word, it more often means whale. That's why it's listed first. But what else does it mean? What else does it mean here?
Even in modern Arabic.
It means fish. And in fact, Al-Mani, which is a very authoritative site, says in the Quran it means fish, and does not list whale as a Quranic option. It says that in the Quran it just means fish. All right, I'm glad that you are acknowledging that. And
yeah, I think that's a serious comment, which, if true, that's probably the first time Scarface has ever acknowledged anything ever. And I want to applaud that. No sarcasm.
Yeah. So, samak, you are right. That is a normal Arabic word for fish, which I'm probably mispronouncing. They're both short A's, I think. But that is the completely normal Arabic word for fish. But this is not an Arabic word. This is a borrowed word. So here, etymology, source unknown, particularly ancient origin, which may have allowed for derivations from the roots, living or writhing, containing, derivations unworkable with transmitted Arabic grammar. So what they're basically saying is that it was most likely borrowed a really long time ago from a different language because it had so many times to have related words derived from this root. However, the Northwest Semitic noun-forming suffix ut added to the Aramaic hoa, absolute state, etc., is related to snake, a well-known word with Arabic. Snake from the later root could have yielded possibly an Arabic form that originally meant sea snake. I am not saying that means sea snake in the Quran, but that at some point, going from snake, it meant sea snake for a while, and then after a while, it became a rare word for a fish or a big monster, which, according to the known Arabic sound law prohibiting sequences, would have been contracted to hoot. So they're saying that, oh, it could have gone from snake to sea snake to this particular word, and it changed meaning over time. I'm fine with it changing meaning. I'm not telling you
words
that
change
it
meaning?
once meant sea snake, so it has to always mean sea snake. No, words change meaning. In the Quran, it means generically a fish. So, as for non-Semitic provenance, Egyptian origin has been considered in view of the fish names Hun and without any conclusion. So they're not really sure. So these are the two suggestions of how it came to be in Arabic. It seems to have been borrowed in some way. First definition, fish, synonym, samak. Yes, it did. Fish, samak, okay? So they're saying that the synonym of it is samak. Whale is the second definition, and then the third definition is Pisces, okay? Meaning the
specific,
the constellation, that it was a name for the constellation Pisces, not for for the constellation, but it's normally with the definite article al-hut, meaning
I think it would be pretty
Pisces,
obvious
right?
from context if they're talking about the constellation.
They're obviously not talking about the constellation.
Right.
So here they use it without distinction, fish and whale. This is very common of many, many ancient languages, that they would have words that could be used for any really big fish, and whale is just got the big fish word on it. And later on, because of Linnaeus and the way that we chose to begin to classify things, we began saying, well, we're going to restrict the term and make it narrower and refer only to the mammals. But even then, again, it's not cetacean is a clade, but whale is not a true clade if you're talking about all the stuff that is called a whale in English.
So the moral of the story here is that the Greek and the Hebrew both just mean large sea creature. Jesus is using it the same way that the author of Jonah used it. There is no contradiction in the biblical text. The Arabic arguably is being used the same way as a generic term for swimmy things, creatures that live in water and swim, to avoid any ambiguity about what I mean. And yet somehow this is an argument against the Bible. Although, actually, to Scarface's credit, he appears that he has dropped this argument and hopefully will not use it again now that he knows it is a bad argument.
And it took that long for us to show you. And we were just looking it up immediately because we already knew all of this. I have heard this from Muslims before, and
I had not,
over and over
Mary.
again. Yeah, I had actually, and it didn't.
I had not heard this specific argument, but I knew all I had to do is go to the Greek text.
Yeah, there's also, by the way, the Hadith identify salamanders essentially as lizards, and I am fine with that. Because why? Because they were considered lizards by Greeks. They were considered lizards by everybody until we began defining things in different ways. We didn't like the way people used to define things. That doesn't mean that they are wrong, that they're not allowed to have the definitions that these languages had. It just means that we look at things different ways now. And even now, it is...
incidentally,
we have a lot of things that are swimmy, but breathe water. If it's a swimmy thing that has gills and doesn't have extra tentacles, it's not a cephalopod. We call it a fish, but it's not a group.
Incidentally, this isn't a criticism that was brought up, but this applies to several usually atheistic criticisms of the Bible where they'll say, oh, the Bible has misdescribed this insect or this other creature or whatever. And it's that they are trying to apply a modern specific species definition to a word that did not mean a specific species in the way it was used at the time. So good principle. So Scarface wants the Hadith reference that you read earlier. You read the Hadith, but you
Let
didn't
me
say what it
find
was.
it.
All right, Mary is going to look for that reference for you because we're here to provide. Let me run through some of these comments that I took throughout. Alexander says, aren't Muslims supposed to go to hell, like at least for a little bit? Yes, if you take the words of the Quran seriously, that's the only possible way the text could be read. I have a video on this called All Muslims Go to Hell, according to the Quran. That is not, it is a Islamic interpretation, is not the standard Islamic interpretation, because they often ignore the text. But if you take the text seriously, that's the only way it could be read. And it is a minority position within Islam, so I'm not like just making this up either. Why do Muslims go out of their way to look so ugly, evil, malicious? They don't go out of their way. They're just showing the fruits of Islam. Easy one there. My favorite Islamic tale is the whale tale. Glad we could talk about your favorite today, Marion. And Mary, when you find that reference, just go ahead and interrupt me. Una says, did Allah create his own testes? Which obviously is a joke comment, but I think it actually raises a legitimate question whether Allah creates his own body, right? Because we know he has a body. Some modern Muslims will deny that. But we know, according to the narrations and whatnot, he clearly has a body that is physical, not just metaphorical. However, I think you could probably argue that he created it, especially since it will disappear along with the rest of creation at the end of times. Mary, any thought?
Well, I think that he had them all along because it's part of him.
Fair enough. Genshin Impact on every video. Ali Dawa keeps begging for money to teach new converts how to pray, etc. They can easily learn it online. Something's very suspicious here. I smell a scam.
And we're proud of that.
It is very interesting how all of a sudden Ali Dawa, he got super popular, and all of a sudden he's desperately seeking after money when he wasn't so much before. Now, in fairness, there was always some pretty obvious warning signs, like him hawking random products that have nothing to do with his mission, his supposed mission. I would say that's pretty much a big red flag. But lately, he does seem to have gotten a lot more interested in money than he was before. Take that however you like. Houston corrected you earlier when you said that the only prize that Muslims have ever won is in like horse handling and stuff like that, camel herding. Houston corrected you. Muslims have also won the Olympic gold medal for mental gymnastics. Simone Biles has nothing on the Muslims when it comes to mental gymnastics. I have to agree with that one. I cannot dispute that. Just a general comment on everything today. John Mark quotes the Quran, Surah Al-Imran, i.e. Surah 3, verse 7. He is the one who revealed to you the book, of which some verses are precise. They are the foundations of the book. Others are elusive. Those with deviant hearts follow the elusive verses, seeking doubt through their interpretations. But none grasps their meaning except Allah. As for those well-grounded in knowledge, they say, we believe in this, and it is from our Lord. Notice the amazingness of this, right? No one knows what these verses mean. No one knows how to follow them, except Allah. But the believers, they say, we believe these verses. We follow these verses, but we don't know what we believe, and we don't know what we follow. Interesting religion, people. Interesting religion. And this is straight from the Quran, not my interpretation. Christ of Salvation used the highlight function to say, God bless you all, both in panel and in chat. May the Lord Jesus Christ be with you always. Amen. I added the amen.
He is my Lord.
Amen. Did that one. Super chat from Morke. Whoops. Nope. There it goes.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Speaking of Ali Dawah, there he is.
So it's really obvious that Ali Dawah is scamming because of the way he asked for money. He's like, we only need $5,000. We are at $4,000. We just need 1,000 more. Please give me just 1,000 more, 1,000 more, 1,000 more. Oh, we have $5,000 now. We only need $6,000. Just give me 1,000 more, 1,000 more, 1,000 more. It's never enough. It doesn't matter how much you give him. He always wants more money. He's very transparent. And keep in mind that Ali Dawah admits that he has no coherent reason, no cogent reason. He has no defense of Islam, and that the reasons that he converted are false, that he converted based on scientific miracles, and that they are untrue and unfounded. But now he says, now I have faith. What does that mean? I have no reason to believe what I say I believe, but I have faith.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So Morke said a trinity of dollars, to which Jack said, pay not 3. Very good, Jack. To give my thoughts on what you were alluding to there from Scarface, how do you know Ali Dawah is scamming? I didn't say I know he's scamming. I said it's a huge red flag, looks very suspicious. To say that Ali Dawah is a charlatan isn't an insult to Islam. It's observing. Like, I would have no qualms of saying various people claiming to be Christian preachers are charlatans. So I'm not sure why you want to dispute that exactly. But I actually didn't pass judgment on him because I actually don't know one way or another. I have not reached a conclusion.
I don't think he's sincere. I really don't.
So
I think you're sincere, by the way, Scarface, even though I don't particularly like your attitude. I think that you're sincere. And I do want to bring this up really quickly. So I want to show you how under citation, you can't have any group that includes all whales but doesn't include dolphins. And yet in our normal speech, if someone said, look at that, if you point at a bottlenose dolphin and you say, look at that whale, people give you a weird look, like that's not how we use the word. We don't call them dolphins. Yet we have beaked whales and that are more closely related to river dolphins than they are to any of these right whales or the baleen whales, right? So our category,
I think you're beating this whale to death, Mary.
Yeah, I know. But our category of whale still, but the thing is that people think that it's like, oh, we're all scientific now. We're all using these correct terminology, but we don't. That's not how language works. Nobody ever uses truly. It's how people view them. We see the skinny pointed nose things as dolphins, and we see the bigger things, generally bigger things that are shaped differently as whales. So even now, there is no whale word that has that kind of specificity that people imagine it does. And it's not just you. Lots of people imagine that there's specificity that there isn't.
So Mary provided a long list of references in the chat, so you can check on the Nun, the whale, so you can check those out if you are so inclined. I did want to pull up this comment that says, I can see he's nuts, meaning Ali Dawah. And that's kind of my hesitation of saying that he's a charlatan, because I can believe he actually is that stupid to not understand how ridiculous his points or supposed points are.
I mean, some things are like, clearly he isn't being this stupid on purpose. He actually is stupid. Like the fact that he gets Iman and Islam backwards, that you have submitted, but you do not have faith. What it means is you are obedient, but you don't have belief, is what the Quran means. you are obedient, but you do not have belief. And he uses it for you have belief, but you are not obedient, which is precisely the opposite of what Muhammad and Allah are saying. I don't think he would impute lies to Allah on purpose. I think he really is that dumb, because in his mind, to surrender to Allah just means to say the Shahada, and suddenly you're officially surrendered.
Mhm.
And then I guess to him, belief means like actually obeying Allah, even though that is not what Allah is saying. So yeah, I think he is particularly stupid, but I also think that he is a grifter. I think he has been desperate to get a woman for a long time, to get someone to hand him a wife to lock up in his house. And he's got one and he is thrilled. So I think for that reason, he would convince himself that he's doing good stuff between that and money. But I don't know how much that's actually sincere. Like he's sincere in the way that Benny Hinn is sincere.
Right.
He smokes his own nonsense sometimes. He breathes his own farts sometimes, and I think a lot of people do. A lot of people kind of trick themselves a little bit into their sincerity, but really, I think he knows that I think he also knows that he's scamming at some level. Same as Muhammad.
Yeah, and actually that'd be my description of Muhammad as well. Like I think he had some reason to believe that he was legitimate, but then he also took advantage of it and intentionally scammed as well. Now he wasn't legitimate at any point, but he at least was sincerely deceived. Ali Dawah said that in Islam you don't need logic. That's very true. I need to put that on the soundboard actually, where he's like, "Who am I with my little brain to tell Allah that His word doesn't make any sense?" And what he's referring to is the group of people that's supposedly trapped behind the wall of Dhul Qarnayn until the end times. Something that is obviously easily verifiable if it's literal. But he's like, "Who am I with my little brain to say they don't exist? Maybe they're underground or something. I don't know." And then turns right around and says, "The Trinity doesn't make any sense because me and my little brain don't understand it." Interesting guy. All right.
Yeah. So Trinity is honestly no more difficult in concept than the wave particle theory of light, and high schoolers are expected to comprehend that at a certain level. Like you don't understand it in an experiential sense because we don't live in a world where it is, but you're supposed to understand the double split experiments and be able to explain them at that level, even though it doesn't like work with our macro level experience of the world. You can still evaluate the evidence and understand at that level. Same thing with the Trinity is no more difficult than that. And people pretend, oh, it's so difficult. My little brain, it's so complicated, it's so far above. What? Like, it's not that obscure. It's really not. If high schoolers can understand the double split experiment, boys and girls can understand Trinity just as easily.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent analogy. I've never heard that analogy, but I like that way better than normal analogies that people use. Because in one sense, you look at that and you're like, that doesn't that isn't congruent with what I expect of the world. But on the other hand, the experiment proves that it must be the case, and that's kind of the way the Trinity is. It's like I can't like see anything like it in this world, which is very ironic since Muslims tell us exactly that's how they know it's Allah, is they can't see anything like it in this world. But also I know that it holds up to logical, intellectual scrutiny. So
and just like the wave particle theory of light, if you don't have that element, you can't explain a lot of things about the world as it is and about how things work. But it's actually the same with the Trinity. You can't have a God that is an entire monad that is sentient, and if without a sentient God, you can't have creation. You also can't have a God with parts or multiple gods and still be God. It's not possible. So the only solution is a multi-personal God in which there is that which can have sentience, but no distinction in being. And the only thing that exists that is a multi-personal singular being. Like, it's required, as unintuitive as it is in the sense that a wave light is unintuitive, it is as required as a wave particle theory of light. Both are true.
So Colton said there will be a story of the golden fleece in the Quran too, which I'm not actually sure if this is a serious comment or whatever, but I brought it up because indeed there is. It's called "Give Alone to Allah." That is the golden fleece in the Quran. I don't know what he meant, but I wanted to say that.
If he'd heard about it, he would have added it.
Nicodemus says Saint Spiridion gave the best analogy way back to help the evil ones understand the Son in reference to the Trinity. I will say that it's a better analogy than most. I don't think that it's like, I mean, frankly, I don't think it's a great idea to do an analogy, period. Analogy can help you understand aspects of the Trinity, but naturally people then take it to be all-inclusive, which it can never be, because there's nothing similar.
What you're saying is heat, light, mass, that would be partialism or different attributes or something like that, which is
I think it'd be close to attributes, I think. But I mean,
that
it's better than
attributes, which
it's better than analogies that are quite obviously modalist, at least. So I think it's better analogies than some, but I think analogies usually aren't helpful to understand the Trinity, because even if you're properly using it for a specific purpose, then people misuse it and think that it's all encompassing. This is a literary masterpiece, and indeed it is, Phil. I'm glad you're finally acknowledging the literary masterpiece of the Quran, and we'll be saying your Shahada. Happy Kafir says, seems like the scribe was paid by the word on that end section of the Quran there. I didn't think it was particularly wordy.
It just was compared to other portions, but you have to wait till Muhammad's been a prophet a bit longer, and he gives up on the rhyming, like the literary quality of it. He'd still throw rhymes at the end, but each sentence would be a paragraph, essentially.
Colton says Moses gets sexually excited. I missed that part. Yes, I missed that part too of the Torah and the divine glory descending upon Moses and unveiling his face because it's fading and doesn't want the people to see it fade. I missed the part where he was sexually aroused as a result, but apparently that is only found in the uncorrupt Bible.
Well, that would mean that everyone else would be enthralled with him, not that he would be enthralled, because they haven't gotten really hot by looking at God. Moses should be super hot by looking at
God. Rachel says most have something to do with, I addressed that earlier. Snoopy says predestination does not exist. There is free will, kind of as an ultimate refutation of the God of Islam. I would tend to agree. However, it's not as cut and dry. It's a very long, involved discussion to prove free will. But I 100% agree. Free will is essential to my personal theology. Jack Ray says, since when did a Muslim ever need context in order to assert their claims? The answer is, it will never happen. So you know. Protestant believer triggered who ate the apple. So if you were happy about that, he's the one to thank. If you were annoyed by that, he's the one to blame. John Scott said, Suleiman can speak to birds and ants. Jonah can talk to fish. Dr. Doolittle was stolen from the Quran. I may have changed the words there. I agree, though. Very shameful of whoever the real author of that is stealing from the Quran. Western Kafir always stealing all their ideas from the Quran, like the theory of relativity and theory of gravity and particle science, all straight from the Quran that Muslims never read themselves, apparently. Jesus Bot used the highlight. Oh, wait, no, he didn't highlight this one, but I highlighted it, and then he highlighted a very similar thought in a little bit. To everyone watching, if Jesus is calling you to share the gospel with Muslims in your city and country, please do so. Don't listen to other Christians who say you don't need to. That's a lie from Satan. Absolutely. That's why this channel exists. Take this material. If you were entertained today, if you like my silliness, which apparently you do if you're watching, or maybe you just put up with it because you like Mary's material. I don't know which one. If you're entertained, great, but that's not the purpose of today's show or any show for that matter. Purpose is to inform, to enable Christians to bring the gospel to Muslims. Serious question here from John. I asked him a follow-up, which I didn't see the answer to. He possibly did answer it. I'm not sure. But he said, why is it Quran and not just Quran? So I asked him if he meant pronunciation. I think he means pronunciation. He could mean spelling, but either way, why do you pronounce the Quran weird, Mary? Or why do people spell the Quran weird? Depending on which one he's going
because
for.
it's actually got an extra letter in there. That is like an actual sound. And it should be, I tend to go Qur'an, but it should be more like Qur'an. So it's halfway between an and an a. And if you're more Middle Eastern Arab, it's more it's more for the in certain dialects. So it depends on what dialect you are, whether or not you're going Qur'an. There, that was better. Qur'an, but Quran is like completely English. So I'm trying to do my best shot at Arabic, which is not very good, I admit. But that's, my pronunciation is not the point. If anything, it would be condemnation of Allah that he wrote his book in a language that is difficult for so many people to pronounce, if it's for all people. Like, if it's supposed to be for me, why isn't it easy for me to pronounce? Because the Quran says that it is written in Arabiya. Why? So that people will understand it. Who's supposed to understand in Arabiya? For whom is Arabiya the ideal, clearest language? And that is the answer as to whom the Quran was actually revealed to, even though it was just called al-dhikr, which isn't any easier to say, by the way. So I'll be a Pakistan, go al-zikr, and then like pretend that that's correct.
All right. So Protestant believer triggered happy birthday to Una, to which Una said, birthday? And then Rachel also wished Una a happy birthday on Protestant believers' silliness. It is, in fact, not Una's birthday. She says, oh, people of the chat, alas, it is not my birthday. I do not have a birthday. I'm an enigma. So there you go. Una is 0 years old. She's never had a birthday. Phil asked, isn't it the anniversary of the 1924 Royal Hafs Quran? Not quite. This month, yes. Today, no.
And we are going to have a party.
We will be having a party. I believe
a birthday party for the Quran.
Yes. July 10th is the exact 100-year anniversary. Not every day the Quran turns 100 years old. As Shabir Ali himself says, to most Muslims, this is simply known as the Quran. So when someone says perfectly preserved down to the letter, they are certainly referring to the 1924 Hafs edition.
Although I think that the 1989, was it?
85, I believe.
85.
But my understanding is it's more like formatting changes than material changes, which I guess isn't letter for letter preserved, but there's no like word changes or anything.
Okay. I'm not sure whether
That's
or not they fixed a couple of typos or anything. But it's also pretty funny because the reason why Muslims make really stupid comments about the Bible is because by tradition, they divided it up eventually into these different sections that were chunks to recite, essentially, that are different than surahs. And then they also standardized what was on every single page eventually. So let's see if you can see that. So if you turn to page X in any Quran, it will have the same words on it. And it's kind of funny because and so that's why you'll get the moronic comments like, haha, on page 84 in your Bible, it's different than this other one, so it's a different thing, because
Yes, that's exactly why I started laughing, because I've heard stories where a Muslim will like
Yeah.
Go to
that's
two
why.
Christians and be like, turn to page 83 or whatever.
Yes, yes, because they think that this is the only way that a holy book would be produced, as if it was not written on scraps of paper, right? As if it was not written on, uh,
Well, and
little bits of leaves and
certainly,
stuff.
even when professional scribes are involved in the 2nd century of Islam, say, they're not writing it exactly the same number of words on each page, right?
No.
They're using the writing material they have available to them.
It took a very
It's
long
going to be
time
different
to standardize
sizes.
this. Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's going to be different sizes. People's handwriting is different. The same person's handwriting is slightly different from day to day. So, what a silly idea.
Yeah, it took quite a while for them. I don't know when they standardized it. Typically standardized it down to a page, but took a long time. Yeah. So, but most Muslims will think that like that's part of the preservation. That's why they're so duped, is that it always looks the same and everything. So
clever.
But you are allowed to have different colors. Like color differences are allowed. This is still a Quran, even though it has like blue and red to help you recite, because it corresponds to the blue and red over here.
So this is actually the highlighted comment from Jesus Bomb, which he put in twice, but I'm not going to read it twice. I want to encourage everyone to share the gospel with Muslims at every chance you get. If you're in an Uber or on the street or online, we've only one life to live. Make it good. I agree. Info says my handwriting is dreadful. Like I said, just to reiterate, that's why we're here, is to equip you to be able to share the gospel with Muslims. You don't need to know everything. You just need to start a conversation. No legitimate person will take I don't know as some kind of proof that your religion is false. Don't make something up. Don't just like come up with an answer off the top of your head. It might be fun. It might win the conversation, but you're far better off saying, I don't know. Can I schedule a time to talk to you again? Great opportunity to, hey, schedule another chat.
Yeah,
Super chat from, go ahead.
I was kind of on my handwriting's dreadful. My handwriting was so bad that they kept me out of gifted classes because obviously I was stupid to have such bad handwriting. Not only that, but by 2nd grade, I was doing the 4th graders gifted work for them and helping them on it. But I was clearly stupid because of my bad handwriting. Before I started 3rd grade, I had a 12th grade reading level. But bad handwriting means that I'm clearly a stupid child.
I'm taking this quote of Jack Ray out of context. He says, wow, Mary, that is really stupid.
I don't understand teachers sometimes. It's very special.
Obviously, he was actually talking about the identical pages.
Yes, the identical pages, yeah.
I said super chat from Jack Ray.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Be sure to stay silent like Jack Ray, so Allah will pay off all your debts. Thank you for all your donations today, Jack, and every day for that matter. Nicodemus said, speaking of which, how exactly do I prevent getting bombarded with terrorist funding supported by YouBoob, aka ads on these streams? Well, 2 options for you. Option number 1, if you don't want to see ads, is to pay for YouTube Premium or whatever it's called exactly, which happens to be what I do. I never get a single ad on any video other than ones creators have embedded in the ad. Another option is to download an ad block program. They work pretty well. They block most YouTube ads. However,
an even better solution is to click on every ad and
yes,
cost them money.
That's what I was going to say. However, if you do that, then they are not charged unless you watch a certain amount of the ad, which depending on the ad is a slightly different amount, but 10, 15 seconds, something like that, or click. So if you click at 1 second, they're charged, and then you can skip the ad. Or if you watch 15 seconds and skip, then they're charged, but they will not be charged.
You would be amazed at the number of Planned Parenthood ads I get on everything. I wonder why that is.
You seem very interested in them.
Click. Every time I see one, I'm like, I'm going to cost you money, you horrible murderers.
And also then the creator will get benefit from it as well. When so I have YouTube Premium, right? I automatically give an amount of money to the creator every time I watch a video. So when I want to watch a Islamic video, I usually copy the link and download the video rather than playing it. Just, it's silly because it's like a fraction of a cent, but I feel the principle of not giving the creator any money. I don't know. And finally, from Jesus Bot, keep me in your prayers. I have some health issues. Absolutely, Jesus Bot. We will be praying for you. So that concludes today. Mary, what will we be doing next week? Are we taking next week off?
So I'm probably going to do, most likely, let me see what the Tanzil. Oh, I know why I said that before.
Well, I asked if we're taking off because next Tuesday is the 9th.
But I'm not coming until the 10th. I'm driving on the 10th.
Because
So,
I mean, I live here, so it doesn't matter to me. I can stream on the 9th.
Yep, I'm leaving early in the morning. So, or at least definitely after midnight. All right. Let me check what the order is. Give me 1 second. 68.
Yeah. So while Mary is figuring out what she's going to talk about,
I might do 111. That's one of my favorites. It's really short. And so I'm going to do something short. So 111 would be a great one. I'm pretty sure that's the palm fiber.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check that that's what it is.
So Jesus Bot would use Brave browser, 0 ads. So that just means it has a built-in ad blocker, right? It's the same principle as using a browser
but
extension.
they'll still kind of, some sites will be obnoxious. All right. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and probably do 111. It's only 5 verses long. It's the one insulting Abu Lahab.
Okay, so should I schedule 3 or 4 hours for the stream?
It'll be more like 2. I'm going to talk about Abu Lahab and why this surah disproves Islam. But it'll be nice and short because I don't have time to make more.
And incidentally, after admitting that his argument failed, Scarface didn't say anything else. I think he left.
Well, he just asked for the source.
Yeah, so he asked for the source. I take that back, though. He did comment on Ali Dawa, so he did stay around a little bit longer. Anyway, so that'll be next Tuesday. If you were here at the start, you heard this, but probably most of you weren't. So as you may or may not have seen, the great Saif Talks has taken on my 100 Reasons Islam is False with part 1, inshallah, his words. He addresses the first 7 of my 100 points. Addresses is a very generous description. He mentions my 7 points at least. 1 or 2 of them, he says something sort of remotely relevant. The rest is pure strawman, has nothing to do with what I said whatsoever. So naturally, every Muslim who watched that video has come to my video. Not literally everyone, of course, but many Muslims have come to my video, told me that I'm running, I'm scared, I have not responded to Saif Talks. And they're doing this 48 hours after he's posted this video, right? They haven't done it in the last few days. They did it like literally within the first 24, 48 hours after he released his video, as if I could somehow have omnisciently known he was going to have a video and released a response to it before he published it or something. I don't know. But anyway, since I'm running away, I have recruited David Wood to come to my rescue. David and I will live stream on Saif's video on David's channel, not here on Reason Answers, but on Apologetics Roadshow. Most likely on Friday. Date hasn't 100% been set in stone. I will have a challenge, a video challenge to Saif out hopefully tomorrow. I would encourage people to share that with Saif on his channel. It looks like he doesn't delete or censor comments, so don't post the link. YouTube might block it if you post the link, but go over there and say, why are you running from Reason Answers Challenge or something along those lines? Just to spam that over and over again. And we'll see if we can get a response out of him. I have emailed him. I have tagged him. I've commented on his video. and then I'm going to put out this challenge video and make a community post. So I'm making every possible effort to make him aware that he is invited to join the discussion. And then I can legitimately say he has run away. He's not obligated to come on and discuss, but his description of his own channel is, I am interested in open dialogue, discussion, and defending Islam. I cannot see one single video where he has discussed anything with anyone ever. Interesting self-description, if that is what you're interested in. All right, so that will probably be Friday, which means I'll probably bump the Bible study to Saturday. I probably will not otherwise stream this weekend. The Seek and Share Truth conference is next weekend, and I need to put together a presentation, so that's probably what I will do this weekend. If you have not signed up for that, you can Google Seek and Share Truth. I didn't think to grab the link. It's free. You can attend online or in person. If you attend in person, you'll get to meet me. You'll get to meet Mary. You'll get to meet David Wood, Hatun Tosh, Anthony Rogers, and a bunch of other people as well. Until we meet again, everyone, have an amazing day and take the words of Jesus Bot seriously and share this material with others. God bless.